Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, and if you're wondering, hey, wait a second. This isn't the time when you would usually be doing Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer stuff. You would be correct. You are not going crazy, but we have a holiday here today in the USA, so had a window of time that we would not otherwise have had access to, plus there's actually a Path of Exile 2 expansion coming out on the day when we would usually be doing Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, so I figured it's an opportunity to squeeze in Mass Effect Andromeda and Path of Exile 2 this week. It's a little bit of the best of both worlds. I know it was not that long ago that we were last doing some Andromeda multiplayer, but I did grind up somehow 2 million credits in the meantime, so we have reached the threshold that we usually try to reach over the course of an entire week in the span of just a couple of days, really. So we have that plus a ginormous amount of mission funds that maybe, just maybe, we will actually have the chance to cash in today to get some guaranteed ultra-rare weapons, which would be quite important because, as it turns out, I have recently counted things up, and the number of ultra-rare weapon varieties that we have remaining, levels that we have remaining, it's 23, which means we are not that far away. I think at this point we can truly say the countdown begins. In fact, there is an alternate universe. Well, I guess technically we don't know if it's this universe yet. Schrodinger's ultra-rare weapon unlocks here. But there is a world in which, with our very large sum of mission funds, that gets us roughly halfway to the 23 that we're looking for. 2 million credits to get 11 or 12 ultra-rare weapon upgrades. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's technically not mathematically impossible. It would just require some crazy luck. Then add on potentially a few more from the credits we get over the course of today's session, and there is a tiny possibility that we actually do max out all of the ultra-rare weapons today, which is something that we've been trying to do for the past, 3 years? And obviously we've talked about it a lot on stream, but there's been many hours off stream that have gone into that as well, so I'm quite invested on that front, and it would be quite a relief in many ways to finally get to that number, because it just seemed like it was so impossible for so long. It seemed like it would take an eternity to max everything out, get all those ultra-rare weapons, and yet it may be right on our doorstep. So let's see. First of all, yes, for the first time in what is, I think a few months at this rate, we can actually cash in our mission funds for guaranteed ultra-rare weapons. And that is why we've waited so long. We legitimately are above 10,000, we're at 11,000 plus mission funds, which is just insane. As I had mentioned, probably last stream, maybe even the stream before, there was a time when we deliberately skipped a week or two of ultra-rare weapon mission fund redeems just so we could get up to that arbitrary 10,000 mission fund number. Didn't really have to do that this time around. It happened organically. But, of course, eventually, it won't mean much of anything once we have gotten all of our ultra-rare weapons, but it does still matter, and here and now it is going to make a huge difference. So let's see what we can pick up. The biggest things that we have left are, well, we actually maxed out the paw concussive last time round, and I know I may not have been as exuberant as one might have expected under that situation because, well, it's such an incredible weapon, and we'd been waiting so long to get it, but it was also like 2 a.m., so I didn't want to, wake anyone up or anything like that, and get some very unhappy neighbors, so, and now I have the hiccups. Perfect. Wonderful timing. Well, maybe that'll interrupt our celebrations this time, but there's still the paw siphon that is one level away from getting maxed out. So that's the big one. But the Ushier siphon is now maxed out. We're going to see a lot of things in and around rank 10, of course, at this rate. Hurricane Siphon up to rank 9. I mean, will, of course, be the largest cohort of ultra-rare weapon upgrades that we've ever gotten in one fell swoop. Eagle Siphon up to rank 8. I think that was tied for the weapon that we were the furthest away from maxing out. I think we had 3 weapons total that were on rank 7. So now there are 2 left that still have a little ways to go. Paw Bulwark was another one of those, but now that's up to rank 8, so that's catching up. Of course, the least desirable of all the paws, but we need to get it at some point. Eagle Siphon again, up to rank 9, and this is the situation we were describing for a long time, where when there are only so many weapons left, a small number left, you're going to see them pop up multiple times in a row, potentially. So it becomes easier for the ones that are lagging behind to catch up. There it is. There it is. That's it. That's the jackpot. Bingo, baby. We've done it. Who cares about the Paw Bulwark, which technically, as we just saw, still needs a couple more levels. Both Paw Concussive and Paw Siphon are now finally maxed out. And I swear, if you use Apex rating as a metric for how long someone has waited to max out all of their gear, or in this case specifically what is, by most accounts, the best weapon in the game, it seems like everyone else did it way before I did. So I feel like we've done our time, and we have finally gotten to the point where we can say we have basically maxed out all the big things that we have long waited to max out. So this is huge. Black Widow Siphon up to rank 9, and of course anything else from here on out is nice. It gets us closer, with the Valiant Siphon now maxed out, to reaching everything being done. But the Eagle Siphon up to rank 10, that's nothing to snuff at. I do think the Eagle is very underrated in Andromeda, but nothing's quite going to compare to the Paw Siphon maxed out that we saw earlier. Inferno Siphon maxed out. So many siphons today. It seems like overall that was the weapon category, the variant, that we apparently had the least luck with before. It needed the most work. Well, there's a Concussive from the Soned. That's up to rank 9. Okay, and now that's all the mission funds that we had. So we knew exactly how many we were going to be able to cash in there. And so that got... Oh, admittedly, hold on. One moment while I do some quick math. Reverse engineer exactly how many that was. Let's see. So it was like 11,000 something divided by 960, which is how much it costs per go. Oh, wait. Oops. I left out a 0. Okay, so I think we just got 11 done, if my math is correct, which means that we have 12 left in total, which at this rate, it's such a small number that we could actually just count it right now. Because that has been what I've done many times before over the past 3 years, and it took a lot more time and was a lot more difficult to count it up when the number was in the hundreds. But let's see, so that's 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more that we need in total. And you saw a whole lot of weapons there that were rank 10, so there's your confirmation, but that means the bigger question mark is, what can we get out of these packs here, which are of course not guaranteed to give us ultra rares, and even if they do give us ultra rares, we don't know if they're going to be consumables or weapon varieties. So we're sitting on 12. 12 left. I think we could certainly see ourselves getting into the single digits today. As I was saying, it's theoretically possible we could get everything, but it would be very unlikely. It would require some pretty crazy luck. There's ultra rare, but it's a consumable. Likewise, with both of those. Lots of disruptor rounds, which is nice. Took a long time, build up the suspense, and yet, yeah, not a particularly good one, unfortunately. Got my hopes up a bit there. Okay. Inferno Concussive maxed out. We now have 11 left. Hurricane Siphon maxed out. That's quite good. And that's 10 left. Of course, it's just all relative to the Paw Siphon getting maxed out. It's hard to compare. Any other day, you'd look at that and you'd say, that's really good. And we get one more ultra rare weapon upgrade, and then we can say, we got down to the single digits. Yes, Paw Bulwark, rank 9. There are 9 left. I am curious, of course, what the last ultra-rare weapon variety is going to be. At this point, as I said, there aren't really any weapons that are lagging way behind. So it isn't obvious. The Paw was one of the last base ultra-rare weapons that we ever got, which made me suspect that it could then, however many months / years later, become the last weapon for us to get all of the ultra-rare varieties of. But as we have seen, it was among the last, but it was not the very last. At least for the Siphon and the Concussive. The Bulwark could be the last, though. So something... I mean, in a way, if it were the Siphon or the Concussive, that would be kind of poetic, if that were the last one. Obviously, it's inconvenient. So maybe Bulwark Paw being the last one would be the best of both worlds. We aren't losing out on what is an incredible weapon any longer than we have to, but we can still say the Paw was the last ultra-rare weapon that we maxed out, which would be kind of cool to be able to say. But there are still 9 in total that we need at least 1 level on. One of which is the Paw Bulwark. Oh. Piranha Siphon. Apparently that's one of the ones that was lagging behind, because that's now up to rank 8. It was 7 before. That means there's 8 left in total. That one might have been the front runner to be the last. It was 1 or 2 levels behind the other stuff, but now it's only slightly behind. Maybe not that big of a difference. Come on. No, nothing big there, unfortunately. Oh. Okay, Black Widow Bulwark up to rank 9. That means there's, what, 7 left, if I remember correctly? Of course, everything being rank 7, 8, 9, 10, when we're counting around that number, but in the opposite direction, does make it a little bit confusing to keep track. But there we go. That's the last of the expert packs that we can get for now. So it did get us down into the single digits. And we're certainly, at this point, safe to say, I think, within striking distance, at least with a week's worth of credits, it could be possible on a lucky day for us to finish everything out. Certainly, if you give us a little more time to accumulate some mission funds for guaranteed ultra-rare weapons, that helps a lot, although that does take a long time. It just so happens that we had that built up over the course of a few months, and that's why we had such a huge amount to cash in today. But anyways, we are done with unlocking all that stuff, and we got prized possession. The big kahuna. Oh, hold on. We finally got this guy, and just a few days ago, this guy as well. This is the one that in a way, I kind of want to be the last one that we get. We're almost there, but not quite. Now, of course, we are streaming earlier than we would usually stream, so that means that it still has not reset the dailies today, and it'll be a little while until that does happen, and I did the dailies last night. So, no obvious things for us to do here, and admittedly, I'm not really sure how many people are going to be playing on this day at this time. It is a US holiday, so maybe everyone's doing nothing but Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, but maybe not so much. I'm not sure. It is a little bit more of a European-friendly time, so maybe that means we could get some people from across the pond a little more easily. But let me hop into Discord before I forget, now that we're actually looking to play some matches here. See if anybody posted on Discord saying that they're interested in getting in. Not that I can tell, but if anyone would like to join, just let me know. Otherwise, it's a little hard to say what we're going for here because we don't have an obvious target. Let me just see. I definitely have done this, but what does it look like today? It's dwindling supplies. It's not horrible. It's sort of middle of the pack. Flat Apex, if anyone is interested in doing that. And yeah, I don't think I am in need of doing any of the Apexes, but that's, of course, something else we could go for. Otherwise, I'm kind of curious just to see what happens if we search for anything. Any open lobby. Is anyone else playing right now, or is this just such a strange time that nobody at all is? So, just for science, let's see. There's at least a group doing bronze at the moment. So maybe we'll just hop in here for the time being, help these guys out a bit. And as I said, let me know if anyone is interested in jumping in. We can branch off, create our own group, or maybe there are other groups going right now as well, and I just so happen to stumble across. Oh, well, one that's about to extract. This match will not be much longer. Let's deal with this guy. Oh, and so this is off concussive that we have at the moment, which is, again, something that we just maxed out, what, a couple days ago? 3 days ago? Something like that? I think in our offhand, yep. We have this guy. And it might even be worth double checking. Like, it's been so long that I've looked at the details of these things. But when it comes to the benefits of gaining levels on a siphon weapon, I should know this. But it's the amount of life that you leech that improves, right? It doesn't increase the duration you have before the stacks go away, does it? I know that it does, but... Oh, for a second I thought that was someone doing a charge, a biotic charge. I was like, please don't do that. This is not a good time for you to be charging out of the LZ. Alright. Well, as I said, we just stumbled into this lobby trying to see if there was anyone at all playing at the moment, and apparently there is. But we could certainly branch off and start our own group, or see if there's anyone looking to do things bigger than bronze at the moment. Obviously, we are still interested in trying to push to the extent that we can into the higher difficulties to maximize our credit returns so that we can get those last few weapons, but once we do, in a way, it's kind of like, well, it doesn't really matter what we're doing anymore, which is just not a luxury we have ever had in Andromeda multiplayer. Of course, we've been in that situation for a long time for Mass Effect 3, but the grind is just so much longer for Andromeda. Maybe what I'll do here is I'm just going to give these guys the signal. I'm just going to see if there's anyone else who's doing things on higher difficulties. If so, maybe we'll join them, and if not, we may find ourselves circling back in with that group on bronze. Oops. Well, don't do that. Just go. Basically one difficulty at a time. Oh, okay. We do have a gold lobby. It looks like they're already mid-match here. Icebreaker gold. Okay, don't know how far along they are in the match, so maybe we just hop straight in and don't waste any time, because maybe they're 1 minute away from extracting, much like the previous group was. Not quite. So they are fairly far along. Yep, energy drain me.
My shield failed?
Yeah, no. Energy drain not coming off cooldown quite quickly enough for us.
Thanks.
Gracias. Get down there.
How are my shields down?
Oh, hello. And then I whiffed on the energy drain, somehow. Zero saboteur? I think? Maybe? Maybe not. That's the sound I thought I heard. Oh, and then the stagger prevented me from stopping him? That's a pain. Please don't do that. You ruined everything.
3 more to go. Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Vault over our now invisible barricade, as one does. Oh, what's this one? That's what you're supposed to do. Oh, now it's this one, naturally. It's definitely the other person who's getting it right now. That one's my favorite. Not allowed to take it. It gave us a whole bunch of them right next to each other. This would also be a smart time to throw down a barricade to protect myself, but yeah, that's okay. Silly audio. Devices are for base human female sentinels? Something like that. That guy was totally just doing a Batman pose. That was the main character. Oh, did we get a fourth? Oh, we did. Oh, is that? Ralph might be in Discord. Double check. Oh.
Almost there.
Excuse me, sir. I was about to say, it was very nice how they were all distracted by the turret. And then they weren't. I do also have a somewhat large number of enemies behind me right now, so barricade is not as helpful as it might seem to be. But now they all spread out. They weren't paying that much attention to me, unfortunately. Ooh.
Hold that thought.
Hold that thought. I don't even know what we just did to that guy. A lot.
Shooting.
30 seconds. Hello, Senor Kroger. Actually trying to focus on this body right now, not gonna lie. It is kind of funny how much they seem to fixate on the turrets. Still in the circle, right? Yeah, I think so. There we go. Let me just check. See if there are any signs of Goff in Discord, because if I'm not mistaken, they could be there, but not seeing any evidence of that at the moment. Oh, going to the Plat Apex. Okay. Let's see. We have an Avenger, double Avenger, perhaps. I mean, it is potentially a little tricky with any of the ones that reduce your grenade capacity, going with a stealth grid infiltrator. Now, obviously, if you get too aggressive using those, then you can run out. But if you're open to using the ammo resupply and grenade resupply consumables, then usually you're gonna be okay. And then there's always the side dash approach, which can help a lot as well as an alternative. Obviously, that does not use grenades, though it is generally not as effective. Can you get away with it sometimes, though? Sometimes you kind of have to with these sorts of Apex missions, or at least you never quite know how many of the stealth grid uses you're going to need later on, so it's good to play it safe, at least at the beginning. I think I will also go the stealth grid route. I mean, I could. What is it? It's Remnant. I mean, it's Plat, so we're going to get everything. Could go with, like, a Turian agent. It's not great against Remnant, but... okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll be fine with just 2 infiltrators, and then the third person can be a tank of some variety. That should be sufficient, unless we both get undisciplined with our usage of the stealth grid grenades. This guy doesn't look like he's gonna load in correctly, unfortunately. Let's see, what are these people rocking? See, like these guys, again, just to use, it's a proxy. It's not perfect from a mathematical standpoint, but we only just maxed out our Paw, Siphon, and Paw Concussive, and we were Apex rating 123,000. Then there are other people who have half that Apex rating that have already maxed out their stuff. So that's what I mean when I say, I feel like we did our time. We waited long and hard before we finally got the opportunity to max out the 2 best weapons by most accounts in the game. And we still don't have everything, but we're very close to getting everything else. Hey, is that Metagel transmitter? I don't know if I've ever seen someone use it in Andromeda. Supply pack transmitter. First aid ammo and revive packs. Work on owner and nearby teammates. Explosion radiuses also increased. It's 10 meters. Interessante. What's up, Goff? How's it going? Gonna run on the Juggernaut? Yeah, just saw that. Oh, for the stealth grid. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be a little, at least early on, I'm gonna try to be careful with how much I use the stealth grid, so I don't run out early. And then hopefully that means in the second half of the match, I can kind of just start playing normally, if I've stockpiled enough of them, but that's just a theory.
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
We'll have to see if that actually goes according to plan. Oh, that's not good. I can win that race. We start at roughly the same time, but then I win. So I was not going to win the race. The other thing, you have to resist the urge to do many stealth grids in non-objective situations. Because obviously in a normal match, I wouldn't think too much of that. But with these Apex missions, like right now, in a normal match, I would probably stealth grid. But those can add up, given how we have finite supply. Oh, look out behind you.
3 left. Go get them.
One lonely target.
Oh, Kiara was wondering where that last guy was.
Stay alert.
Okay.
Woo! I still got it.
Now, it also depends a little bit on which objectives we get. Like, that is not what we wanted to see, in all likelihood. Try blocking the spawn for this one, because I think this is the hardest spot. We got this one. It's also potentially a little tricky. Yeah, so Goff, I'd just say, if you can try to kite them as far away from this spot as you can, that'd probably be ideal. just attract as much attention as you can on the opposite side of the map. Then that makes this go as quickly as possible, and then we can help bail you out as soon as we're done. May end up getting surrounded with enemies. Oh. Don't need that much.
Gun eliminated.
So I did not have to use any stealth grids. Our other teammate definitely used a few. But between the two of us, as long as at least one of us has some left in the latter stages of this match, we should be in decent shape.
3 more to go.
That's a destroyer.
And let's get this destroyed.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert.
Oh, I thought that was Snap Freeze that got the kill on the destroyer as well. I was like, it's a great debuff, don't get me wrong, but it's usually not taking things down with the direct damage. Okay, lots over here. Sort of middle elevation, middle area. The exact middle of the map, in basically every and any way you could characterize it. About to say, it's a good test for our new rank 10 Paul Siphon. We were taking a lot of damage there, but we did manage to leech through most of it. That's a lot of sharpshooters. And a destroyer. Turrets, I'm thinking. Oh, preserver right on top of us. Right behind you. Be careful. There's another one coming on the way as well. Oh. Come up. Stay in cover. Oh, I did not realize that one got that close to me. Oh, dear.
Awaiting a flatline.
Oh, it was technically the I was just so focused on the melee, but the turret was still getting me from there. Thank you.
Just what
Okay,
I needed.
this is a nasty spot we find ourselves in. Let's get out of here.
Squad member down.
I've got you.
I was gonna say, that's maybe not a bad time to break out a stealth grid, but... No, don't. Ow. Ow.
Awaiting a flatline.
No, he's so close.
Hold on.
I don't know why I insisted on staying here. It was such a bad idea, but... Okay, let's get out of here. For real this time.
Destroyer! Get safe! Shield down! Relax. Go get him.
Then,
Only one!
my character now has the voice of the base human male sentinel, who might be the last person who just joined us. Oh no, upload. Well, this is why it's helpful that I did not have to use any stealth grids in the hack. Okay, I'm gonna take the middle one. I think this is the toughest spot.
Got it.
Hoping I can check this one off for us quickly. upgrades if I don't absolutely need them. In case the last objective ends up being hack or upload. Get out of here.
Fragment upload.
Please go away.
Squad member down.
Crowded now.
Shields down. Almost done.
There we go. Last one is in the basement, right? Yeah.
Squad member down. Good work.
Don't do that.
I'm reading
Oh
flatline.
dear. I say, as long as that Blaze Hydra leaves us alone.
Good one. Upload.
There.
Well done, team. Almost done.
Good work. Blaze Hydra is also
Relax. Go get him.
oh, hello, Destroyer. Somehow I didn't see it.
One to go.
Well, can't really escape this area
Tracking reinforcements.
until it explodes.
Good.
Alright, so still have not used any stealth grids at this point.
Hostiles on
Hoping
route.
that means I can kind of just play normally from here on out. Not have to worry about it too much.
Destroyer.
There is still the risk of the last objective being something that is very stealth grid dependent, but we do get to use one round of stuff from the ammo boxes for the same expedition. Right? I may have activated the thing. May have gotten his attention.
Get safe.
That's not great. That's my bad. I did not realize there's a sector there. Very easily could have killed. Enemy right on top of it for a second. It's one of these guys. Come on. Oh, excuse me. Traffic jam. Oh, that's a wraith. Speaking of which. Yep.
Teammate injured.
Yeah.
Just sit.
That was probably avoidable.
Squad member down.
Thank you.
I'm reading
I got you.
I hear ya.
Oh, what happened? What happened to your body, though? For a second, it looked like you were just gonna get right back up. You looked a little bit like a zombie for a second there.
Teammate injured.
Is it just this guy? I think? Yeah.
Thanks.
That works. We're farming the res metals earlier, yeah. Okay, pizza. Very nice.
Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop point.
Got it.
Can't see right now.
Get safe.
Oh, yep.
Squad member down.
There is. Pardon me.
Artifact recovered.
That was close.
Oh yeah. Down.
Ooh, there's the blaze hydrant. Ooh, and it changed its mind twice in the span of about 1 second.
Artifact recovered.
Who it was about to target with that.
I'm reading a flat line.
Okay, I probably should be helping you guys out with. Oh dear. I have some stealth grids to spare at this point.
Oh yeah.
You want to kill that?
Shields out.
Nearly through. Artifact recovered.
Right behind me? Not exactly. Ow.
Get safe.
Teammate injured.
Oh yeah.
All objects accounted for. Objective
Nice.
complete.
Your destroyer that's charging up a big blast right now?
3 more to go.
Thought there might have been.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert.
Candace just told me the enemies were clear. Candace is a liar. Confirmed.
I'm reading a flat line.
Lines and deceit.
Oh yeah.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Just like the drill.
We're done here. Get yourself
Knots
to the
in the
LZ.
middle again.
Get safe.
Alright, Janitor, can you please leave me alone? I would appreciate it if you just left me alone.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh! It's not as straightforward to get him as I had previously thought. I don't really want to be here right now. Everything's off against this way. I have to pick my boss in. Take this guy. Granted, I do think that the destroyers were still trying to get me. It's not as safe as I might have seemed to be.
Reading a flat line.
That's not a great spot. for them to go down. I mean, obviously we will need to go there soon, but
Good work.
let's go a little earlier than originally planned. At this rate.
Teammate injured.
Alright, now we break out all those stealth grids that we were saving.
Reading a flat
Uh-oh.
line.
Okay. I think you're gonna get up quickly enough. They will not get up quickly enough. They need to revive themselves. Oh no.
Shields down.
It's going fine until the last 30, 40 seconds or so. And it went a little downhill. Right, yeah. I didn't see if they were truly hanging out there for the whole wave, but they definitely went earlier than they ought to have gone, at the very least. Oh, they also... At the end of the match, they were level 7. So, at the start of the match, they might have been level 1. I did not realize, but that also may have been a bit of a factor. That does not make it any easier. Yeah, I was not in the LZ at the end, but I was probably hanging out closer than I should have been in the last little minute or so of that match. So I may have contributed a little bit in that way. But we have room if anyone else is interested in getting in on the action here. We just did the Plat Apex. And I'm all done with the, oh well, there's Crooked on base again. I'm done with the Prestige dailies, but if you need them, Goff, then I can certainly set us up for those. That guy was like, oh, these guys again? I'm out of here. Finished all your dailies? Okay. So yeah, sounds like neither of us need anything in particular. Do you need any of the apexes? Obviously, we just did this guy. All done with the apexes as well? Okay. Well, we have room if anyone else is interested in joining us. Otherwise, Goff, if you have anything you'd like to go for here, just let me know. If not, we could do just random map, random enemy on Plat if we're up for it as a duo, or Gold if we want to take it a little bit easier. Let me see as well. You're welcome to hop in on Discord if you'd like, but if you just want to chill in chat, that works too. No worries, no worries. Well, GG. Good to get you in for the Plat Apex. Catch you later. In which case, it may make sense for us to see if there are any other existing lobbies that we can hop into. And again, maybe we'll try to be an idealist. At first, we'll look on Plat, and if we can't find that, we'll go Gold, and at that point, we'll just take whatever's there. If anything. As I said, it's kind of a strange time to be playing from a time of day standpoint, since the dailies had reset almost a full day ago at this point, so most people are done with them. Although it's probably not quite close enough to the daily reset that you have the people who are racing in trying to get the dailies done before they change. And then obviously, once the dailies do change, you're going to get a big influx of people again. But just kind of in that lull area right now. Let's try Gold. Well, there we go. We have a gold group. We have this guy again, who I have played other matches with before, to be fair. Likewise with this guy. Let's see. And we'll just go for this. And admittedly, since they are already in-game and I don't know how far along they are, let's just join them as quickly as possible. Guess it is wave 6. I saw the timer in the top right corner. For a second I thought that they were about to extract. Not quite. These guys trying to hide from us. Side you go. Oh. That's weird. It's all breachers. Nothing but breachers, apparently. No, we did not block this spawn. Okay.
Destroyer!
Somewhere there should be 2, I think, on this wave. One is over here. No, both of them are over there. Not a great spot for us to be. Oh, they're way up here.
They're firing!
I was about to place the barricade, but maybe I wasn't quite quick enough. So we're, you know, it's just a base male sentinel and a base female sentinel, just sunbathing up here. Oh, they're about to bleed out. Okay, maybe I did not recognize that as quickly as I ought to have. This is kind of an interesting place when you are a sentinel and can place a barricade wherever you want, because usually that would be the knock against this spot. Lack of cover. I guess isn't so much of an issue this time. He says as his barricade expires. I feel like there's an enemy directly behind me right now. That's because there is. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd the breach? There it is.
How are my
I was
shields
like,
down?
oh. Usually you can't really outrun them in a normal way, but since I was dropping down, I was kind of pleasantly surprised that we found a way to elude it. But then it just disappeared on me. And I don't know if this guy's going to be able to make it all the way over here, because he was quite far away. But might be making an effort. Or he might just be hanging out at the You know, that's fair. Once again, a breacher directly behind me, isn't there? They may have gotten rid of it.
Careful! They've got a destroyer!
Wait, I think someone joined us at the last second, because that's the base human soldier who says that line, I think, and we did not have a base human soldier in our group. So did someone join on in the exact moments that we extracted? I'm curious. I think that's base human soldier. I've been seeing a lot more of this in the past few days. Takes a long time to load, and I imagine both the other people were experiencing something similar, and that's why we're now the only person in this lobby. Then it may not register the credits. Oh, okay. Eventually, this worked. There was a base human... Wait, what? What? This is the person who I thought I heard. They didn't extract. But I thought they came in at the last possible second. That's what the base male soldier apparently did. But where did you come from, and how did you get that many points and contribute toward the objective? Did you disconnect at some point and then reconnect? Oh, this would be the Krogan on base person. And then someone changed it to dwindling supplies and then left? I'm very confused right now. What is going on? Maybe they remade a new lobby for the Plat Apex, in which case we could hop back in with potentially some of those same people, but some strange circumstances here. Not sure if it registered our credits or not from that one. Now it did. Okay. Weird. Yeah, we did not manage to find anyone in a Plat lobby. That group was just doing gold. Are they going to regroup with gold? Oh, actually, the gold Apex, I think that resets in about 20 minutes. So that could give us a specific thing to target in the near future. Obviously, we just did the old gold Apex, or the soon-to-be old gold Apex. But I think technically that might be next on the list of things potentially worth doing that are about to change. But for now, we might just need to take whatever we can get. Ooh. Unfortunately, doesn't look like we're gonna load in correctly for this one. It seems not. Sometimes you quit multiplayer, you rejoin multiplayer, and apparently that fixes that problem for some people. It has maybe worked once for me in the 20 times that I've attempted it, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, would you look at that? We'll call this successful attempt number 2, apparently. Guess we can't say that it never
I'm reading a
works.
flat line.
Only that it rarely works. And this is wave 3 objective. So I have to place a barricade on their head. Really, I will find that extremely helpful. Barricade on their head that I theoretically might have placed, and the one that I did place that was basically just trapping them in that area. At which point they'd more or less already finished the objective.
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
Oh, I thought that was an enemy because they were on fire and they were bright red. They looked like a raider. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go get 'em.
Once I realized what they were doing, I tried to stop and allow them to have their fun. By then it was too late.
Good. Stay sharp.
No!
I got
They got the
great
kill?
data from that.
The ground pound did.
Enemies headed your way.
Relocate. Get cover.
Huh? I heard a frag grenade. I didn't see it though. It kind of just looked like The pariah gave up and just collapsed. It was not me shooting her that took her down.
Three more to go. Enemies headed your way.
Let's move it.
Might have gotten blocked. That's not it. Well, this certainly did. Getting some big frag grenade plays in here. At least one frag grenade. Crap, that was weird. Forget today's dailies, which again I already did, which is why we were not making a point of targeting them.
Squad member down.
The prestige dailies, but one of them might have been combat mastery, in which case
Here to help.
that would make sense. We have more people doing base human soldier frag grenade stuff. We saw a few soldiers in the previous match. Either
They're firing.
day's daily or the day before. Yeah, combat mastery. On a ground now. Running away too quickly. Oh, I was gonna say, I feel like these grenades are going through walls, they're invisible, and doing a whole bunch of crazy things, and then on that occasion I just realized, no, there actually
Enemies
is
down. Keep your
a
guard up.
teammate right there who just threw a frag grenade at their feet. That one did make sense. That one covered.
Enemies triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor arrays and get them broken.
I have a lagger that I just trying to do.
One device down. Teammate injured. Enemy tech shut down.
Get safe. No shields. How?
Nearly through.
For getting our broken meat shield there. Well, he's wounded in bugs here. Everyone's a bug.
Teammate injured.
Put your mind to it. Oh,
All enemy devices are now offline.
I am a little intrigued to see what's happening here. Not gonna lie. Where are they? Oh no. Oh no. Something has gone horribly wrong.
3 left. Go get them.
Haven't seen that one before. Certainly not in this spot, at least.
Tracking reinforcements.
They're just staring at them as well.
Squad member down.
Oh no!
I'm with you.
Something is not right. I mean, I expected it to be somewhere on the edge of the map that they just fell off of, and whenever the game tried to spawn them back in, it just accidentally continued to put them over the edge. But there is no edge to the map there that I can see. So I don't know how they got in that situation. No, don't give up. I have seen things like that happen on the edge of the map. Never right in the middle of the map like that. Maybe getting stuck behind the wall
Reading a flat
in the
line.
middle of the map. That sometimes does happen. You somehow click through an area that you're not supposed to ever be able to go into. You wouldn't usually continuously fall and respawn. In that situation, I don't think. maybe it's best just not to ask questions. But anyways, Mass Effect Andromeda is clearly a fantastic, bug-free game. It is perfectly polished, with no issues in it whatsoever.
Get cover. My shield failed?
Never seen anything like that before. It was quite a sight to behold.
How are my shields down?
Now we... I'm glad we did manage to get a very good look at it.
But you made it through.
Sometimes, momentarily, you might see someone in a situation like that, but they have a way to fix it, and they've already done so by the time you notice, or just don't quite get the full effect if it's really brief. We got a very good look at it, and I loved the part where we had our other teammate, the Krogan, who was just standing right next to us, and very clearly doing exactly the same thing, just staring at what they were witnessing. They didn't make it, but they will be remembered. Oh dear. Well, I'm glad we did manage to find a way to join this group, because just a few minutes ago we were saying, it didn't seem like we were gonna be able to stay in this lobby without disconnecting, and yet we made it work, and I think we were rewarded in a way for having done so. Right, well, yeah, I think the gold apex resets in now 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, so we probably need to do one more match before we could try out a new gold apex. So maybe we just hang out with these guys for the time being, and then maybe they'll switch it to the gold apex. If not, maybe we'll branch off, start a lobby for that, and maybe we could get some other people tagging along if others are also looking to do that. Don't know if... I mean, certainly for the dailies, the prestige dailies, there is very consistently a cohort of people who are, the moment they reset, flocking into lobbies to check those off the list as quickly as possible, and then usually the flat apex immediately afterward. The gold apex, I don't know if it has quite the same draw. I kind of doubt that it does.
We need to secure this position.
Get you,
Enemies on the
cats?
move. Be ready.
How are my shields
Excuse
down?
me, please stop doing that. Thank you. What the heck? What was that? Did we have a kineticist teammate? I think they threw an enemy straight past me. Like they were holding onto an enemy with pull, and then they threw it straight past me. Because there was an enemy that just came flying in from behind me at light speed. And I had no idea why that was happening. I was very confused for a moment there. I think that's what it was.
They're firing. My
I was gonna
shields
say, there is
failed?
also an enemy right next to me.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. That hurt them. Be ready.
like that. Like that. When you see the pull or the throw, but there's no combo, and you don't see the person who is initiating it, all you see is just suddenly an enemy go flying in one direction. No explanation. Yeah, I think they're messing around with geneticists, and you have to respect that. Just out of the corner of my eye, along the edge of the screen, you just occasionally see enemies darting past us.
3 more to go. Sensors clear for now. Great shooting. Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop point.
That was a lot of people we just energy drained. Oh, it's pizza. I thought it was devices. Did not realize for a second there that we do still need to deliver this. Excuse me, sir. See, there's a good evidence of what they're going for there. I think I might have ruined their plan a little bit by taking out the enemy before they could throw someone else at him. Get credit for the kills. This pug is quickly becoming one of my favorite teammates. They have taste. And is it the same person who was falling through the map in the previous match? Because they, after that match, when they didn't extract, they left.
Get safe.
But did they then rejoin us afterward? If so, then that's absolutely legendary. They were still falling for a few minutes. They couldn't join us just yet. They needed a few minutes first
Last drop received. All artifacts
to
secure.
re-enter this dimension.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Enemies clear. Stay alert.
I feel like I remember someone with that name. It might be the same person.
Hostiles en route.
I hope it is. Would appreciate though if you didn't teleport repeatedly. It was only teeny tiny teleports, but it was about 4 teleports in the span of half a second.
Get safe. My shield's failed.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this would be a good time to drop a
Squad member
barricade.
down.
But, you know, ideally, like, a little bit before all the enemies start filling me with all their bullets.
Thank you.
Three left. Go get them. Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
A logical outcome.
Hostiles en route.
New location.
See? I want to see them throw this at some enemies. Do it. Do it. There's a bunch over there. Get them. Get them. You can do it. No. Come on, man. Oh, you did it right when I looked away. No, come on. do their thing. Help you out here. Get your shields. Now we're punching them. Okay. Okay, that works too. Oh, they needed to ascend first. Okay, that's fair. Help them out a little bit there, but I don't think that did.
3 more to go.
Get him! Okay, fine. See, that's what you would usually expect from the kineticists, right?
Enemies cleared. Stay alert.
Just a simple, straightforward prime and detonate for the kill. That was not usually the direction they were going in, which is why it stood out so much.
We detected mission critical
Guessing
data.
that might be
Find the
someone
location
inviting me
and upload
for
the
the...
intel.
Yeah, the gold apex, but that just reset now. Close to finishing this match, but obviously we're not quite there yet. Hoping we can still find the gold apex after this. We don't just barely miss that group.
Data transfer complete. Almost done.
Apparently there's inbreakers. The only reason I knew it was because I saw the energy drain branch off in that direction. Otherwise, I would have completely missed that guy.
Upload complete. Good job, Apex.
Uh-oh.
Almost done. I'm reading a flat line. Three left. Go get 'em. Good. Stay sharp. We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Let's just get the shields for them. That's gonna remove their shields. Great. Greetings, young fiend. What's going on this side? Oh, they're hovering. Okay. Don't throw them at me. Going up there? Ah, there was. Yeah, okay. There you go. Oh, hello. Like blocking our other teammate.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
Alright, so that means we should, timing-wise, of course, we can now do the new gold apex. As for whether we can get a group for that, and just what exactly that gold apex is, that remains to be seen. We're gonna get another one of these where it takes an eternity to load, and then maybe everyone else will leave. It looks like that might happen. As I said, this has unfortunately become a bit of a recurring theme. There we go. So I would love if they set it to the gold apex now. If they don't, then we probably are about to branch off. No real signs of that. It would seem. Okay, at this rate, I think we give them the signal. And we at least see if we can get this happening. Okay, so same place as the Plat Apex was. It's shotgun skirmish. Okay. I think that's who was sending us the invite earlier. So, I think my hypothesis may have been correct. In fact, inviting us for the Gold Apex. Now, it's shotgun skirmish. If we want to make a point of doing shotguns, maybe we'll just take this guy, who does not have shotguns equipped, I'm fairly sure, but... Against Outlaw, flamethrower is usually a pretty good matchup. Just throw this on. We're probably about halfway through at this point. Excuse me, sir. No, it's not like that.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Oh, you just hear it? Time to celebrate.
Hostiles en route.
This guy right here. Ice skills and doing flamethrower. Admittedly, I did not give that much thought. You're right, 'cause it's the vegetarian scrapper we were just commenting about. Oh, that's a pariah, isn't it? Just did not register.
Flatline.
Please vault this cover. No, don't put that up right now.
Uh-oh, shields down.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Now, of course, will someone end up falling through here this time? I honestly don't even know how one goes about doing that. There's no open. I think it would have had to have been from there. Usually, I think maybe from here. Usually, I think what happens is when people go down and they ragdoll, sometimes they end up in places they would not otherwise have been able to go. Ow. So maybe they went down in one of those 2 places we were just highlighting, and that's what led to that. Oh, I did not know that broken was there. Those broken up as well. Oh, or that other enemy is now apparently behind me. Somewhere. Perhaps not. Thought that was highlighted red enemy with our visor for a second. Color was just close enough. It made me do a bit of a double take. Me, or is that guy holding his weapon in a very strange way?
Uh-oh, shields down.
I kind of just forgot that this is shotgun skirmish when, as I said, obviously we are not using a shotgun right now, as you can plainly see.
3 more to go.
That means we are getting a damage penalty when we are shooting. For flaming, that's no big deal.
Nice job, Apex.
I was not
Keep it going.
necessarily going out of my way to exclusively flame.
We detected mission
Not
critical
get this
data.
spot. We got
Find the
one spot
location
down
and
below.
upload
Oh,
the
there's a
intel.
lot of enemies here. No, that was not supposed to be flamethrower. It's supposed to be a cloak. There we go. Unfortunately, still more where that came from, including this guy. Would prove to be no problem. Not too bad.
Fragment up. Nearly through.
Now complicated.
Incoming Hydra.
Where? Well, there it is.
Data received. That's a wrap. Nearly through.
Uh-oh, shields down.
Nowhere.
Three more to go.
Oh, we got another. Now it's getting late enough. I mean, it's still obviously pre-daily reset world. But maybe it's getting late enough in the afternoon/evening. More people logging on to Andromeda. Oh, we've had decent luck thus far. Getting some groups going.
Shields are gone.
Out behind you. Oh, look out in front of you. Me. What was I standing on? Am I standing on that dude? If so, that's pretty dark. There we go. Okay. So this actually, we have some people here that I done quite a few matches with. The likes of whom I would oftentimes find myself doing the dailies soon after the reset. But that's still almost 3 hours away. I don't know if these guys are sticking around. Yeah. Little while for those reset. And admittedly, I don't know if we're going to be going for that long today, because as I said, it's just kind of an unusual time that we started going, so we'd have to go for quite a bit to wait around for the daily reset. Let's see. Well, that does mean it's a little hard to say what we are looking for here, other than just maybe a random gold, I suppose. That works. I mean, let me know if anyone from chat does want to get in, of course. Happy to get you in. And if you have anything that you need, then we can obviously make a point of doing that, but in the absence of that, we'll just do some basic credit farming, more or less, and yes, obviously plat is preferred for that, but gold isn't too bad. And I have done a fair number of plat missions with this guy as well. I don't know if I've ever done a plat duo with them, though. If we get one more person, we definitely could, but maybe at least for right
Hostile
now,
territory, people. Secure this position and
we'll
stay sharp.
simplify a little bit and keep it on gold. Not a great master for us, though. because of the amount of shields that remnants can have. Primarily with the observers and obviously the destroyers as well, but nullifiers, assemblers, that's fine. Especially on the earlier waves. We don't have destroyers yet.
3 left. Go get them. All clear for now. Enemies incoming.
Wondering where you went.
Shields are gone.
Oh, jump over here. That's where you went.
Shields are gone.
Someone behind me is probably
3
about
left.
to kill me, right?
Go get them.
Oh, maybe not. That was not the best of flamethrowers, I'll be honest with you.
Good. Stay sharp.
Well pulled.
Ooh. This could be a little tough with just the two of us.
We're picking up classified
Fortunately, we
data on
didn't get the
Scourge.
worst
I'll warn them
spot.
before they lock us out.
Yeah, we probably got among the 3 best ones. To tell you the truth. Oh, who's in here?
Data transfer complete.
Did spawn here, but fortunately in the meantime, they very much run away from this area.
Almost done.
One exception. Nothing stop them from making their way back over, of course.
I'm reading a flat line.
Hold on, almost there.
I mean, that was about to finish. I probably could have come up there to get him. Wonderfully. Oh. Yeah, the explodey dude just decided to fly right past me. I actually bumped him. Yeah, decided, nope, you're not the one that I'm looking for.
Shields are gone.
3 more to go.
Be prepared.
That hurt them. Be ready. Hostiles en route.
another leap.
Get down.
Destroyer is not going to be pleased with me.
Get down.
Oh, behind me. Sneak.
3 more to go.
Oh. We just passed that destroyer's attention back and forth between the two of us multiple times. Let's go. Last. There we go.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Oops, nope. I meant to deactivate that if anything.
Enemies incoming.
Remove yourself.
A lot of nice flammable enemies, if ever I saw them. Oh.
Reading a flat line.
Oh. That's interesting. That was us getting shot out of the sky by a destroyer.
Perfect.
I did not realize was taking sight at us. It was kind of hilarious.
Uh-oh, shields down.
Okay, was about to kill us. Don't really want to engage those guys right now. We might have no choice. That cloak, so you changed your mind? Who you're going after? Which could change again. Our teammate cloaks. As we saw on the previous occasion. That is just the nature of everyone in the lobby being an infiltrator sometimes. To be honest. Sort of wanted it.
All enemies
Cannon.
clear. Keep it up.
Ooh.
Intelligence needs data from
not
your
the worst
location.
spot.
Look for an entry point.
That's good. That guy's doing who knows what.
Watch your ass.
Oh, who else is here? And you know, maybe we let the stealth grid person handle it. Despite being an infiltrator, maybe the preferred role here is for me to be the decoy.
Shields are gone.
Let's take out the turrets. technically not killing things at all. That is the best approach to take. Then stuff doesn't respawn, and distract, and potentially weaken. They don't kill. When they respawn potentially closer to our teammate. I tried just briefly flaming the assembler before, but yeah, I don't know. Flamethrower and assembler at all without killing it to the dot. Fire out this tank here. Be a little weaker. Honestly, it's probably not a huge deal with most of the remnant enemies, because there aren't that many remnant enemies that are really tanky and bothersome when people are trying to complete hack objectives, but against Outlaw in particular, with the likes of Berserkers, it's actually a pretty big deal. Breachers, honestly, although they're quite weak, they are probably the most common remnant enemy to come in and spoil a hack. You can distract those without killing them. That is pretty helpful. Obviously, it doesn't take much to make them go down. So that's a case where you're probably just looking to fight them around and not attack them at all. Ideal. If you want to make things as easy as possible for the person doing the objective, which at least on Platinum, or a duo, or, you know, any other circumstance in which things could be a little bit trickier than usual. Those kinds of things that, sure, you might get away with it. Maybe even more often than not, you'll get away with it. But just tempt fate a little bit whenever you do. That's not a good one. Nor is this, to be honest. Yep. If I did manage to dash away, I probably would have been safe. That destroyer was about to go down, but...
I owe you one. Uh-oh, shields down.
A little early to be in the LZ area. A lot of laser beams. Kind of hard to keep track of what was what for a second there. Okay, but now we do need to start those, of course.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
All right. So that was just a random gold. Nothing in particular that we were looking for there. Guess could see if there's anyone else online at this point we could try inviting to the lobby, and then maybe we can gather a large enough group that even with just one more person, I think we could certainly bump it up to plat. Let's just see who else, if anyone, is online. I mean, some of the people who we were just playing with not that long ago. sure if either of them are going to tag along with us, though. Might just be more of the same here. I mean, obviously, very likely will be a different map and/or enemy. Back on 0. Enemy is Remnant again. Right offhand. Hey, I mean,
Area and lock it down.
just saying.
Incoming.
There's a place we could go, but I will try to resist fear. There you are. Definitely heard something over there. There you are. Oh, sorry. Ignore that breacher for a moment.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
We triumph.
Hostiles en route.
There, that means probably gonna get enemies over here. And by enemies, of course, I mean enemy, singular. Oh, what are you doing? Just because of my dodge does break enemy aggro. Was going for me, then I dodged backwards, changed its mind. That is why it looks so confused. As well, I don't think we've got the range to get everyone in here though.
Watch your ass.
3 more to go. Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Well fought.
Devices.
Intel says the cat left genetic surveying devices in your area. Let's
This is obviously the nightmare spot for hack/uploads, but for I mean, not to say that it can't be bad for devices as well. But it's generally quicker, therefore less risky. Just not really gonna
One device down.
bother with that story for the time being. Thanks, people, so.
Almost done.
Trying to walk and talk and
All enemy
chew
devices
bubblegum at the
shut
same
down.
time, but did not work so well. At occasion.
Uh-oh, seals down.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
kill them outright
Keep your guard up.
Well fought.
without disrupting his cannon, and therefore making his weak points get
Hostiles en
protected
route.
again.
Let us be gone.
This is more the type of spawn we're looking for.
Uh-oh, shields down.
Yeah, I'm still gonna leave you alone. Instead, just loop around, yeah. Go for the double nullifier instead now. Does that mean the destroyer is gonna shoot me in the back, potentially to death? Yeah, you know, that's a risk that we take. Sequencing a little bit off there. I guess we'll go for it now.
Watch your ass.
Thank you for putting away the
Three
shield.
left. Go get him.
It was very convenient.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
We triumph.
Enemies headed your way.
I did block. One of my preferred spawns there.
Get down.
Things are definitely happening here again.
Watch my shields.
I thought it was more than just the destroyer. There's some enemy. At least one enemy in the LZ as well. Sure. You know.
Three left. Go get him.
Get to cover.
That's not exactly the best timing for that, but that's alright.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going. The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink devices.
I understand.
One device down.
Ooh, it's up there. Man, this is not the preferred route to get there.
One problem gone.
High fire.
Yeah, they may have also gotten a better route there as well. Okay.
Nearly through.
So now you give us that one. Wonderful.
Shadow is hiding.
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
Now.
Oh, shields down.
Oh, this guy. This guy's actually gonna kill me. Indirectly. Wow. Okay, well the assembler gang has arrived.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Destroyer! Hey, big guy! Watch your ass!
Further down the way. So I heard you like no one.
Lost my shield!
Still
Lost my shield! Get down!
Well, we're getting the turret, which is also a weak point, so I guess not much is true. Hello. Greetings.
Uh-oh,
Don't
shield's
really want to
down.
be here right now. Oh. Thought I might have heard a voice line coming from the LZ, but I might be making that up. I think that was me.
Uh-oh, shield's down.
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are
There
on
we go.
me.
Check again, see if... Oh, Itachi's on. Might be able to get him in. Sure, why not? We'll give it a shot, I think, otherwise everyone else... It's people who we were attempting to get in before. Oh. Otherwise, it may just be me, or... We'll see if there's a different group that's running. Not... Well, I don't know if Itachi... It looked like he was online. May have been in Mass Effect 3, not Andromeda, for all I know, or might have been doing something completely different. So maybe, in that case, we start from scratch here. Work our way down from Platinum again, see what we can find, if anything. No one on Plat. Anyone on Gold? Seemingly not. Let's just go for whatever in that case. Ron's Apex, which I am fairly certain I've already done, but that's alright. Well, there's Itachi. Gotten in a Hitachi appearance after all. Sniper rifle skirmish. Aqua remnants. Well, obviously I'm not going to use a sniper rifle. That would just be absurd. So instead, I don't know. I'll do this. Wait, what does this guy have? Yeah, Venture Predator? It's more often than not what we have equipped on this guy.
This one's simple. Clear the area and lock it down. Enemies headed your way.
Absolutely beautiful. I don't know if we're going to be able to line up all the pins like that again, but hey, I mean, if our best combo happens to be the very first thing we do, then so be it.
Three more to go.
One to go.
Good. Stay sharp.
Silver frogs.
Enemies headed your way.
We gotta move.
I've also recently been spoiled by the visor, being able to see all the enemies through the walls. I was thinking, oh, the enemies are supposed to be in this direction, right? Well, where are they specifically? What the heck? Why can't I see it? No, that's a during infiltrator thing. Oh, actually, not give myself enough time to do detonation. Alright. Shockwave coming back quickly enough. No, even then, that was not going to be. Might have just barely given myself enough time, but the tricky thing is the cooldown for Shockwave is slower than the cooldown for Fortify.
Take cover.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
That was great.
So you can find yourself in a situation where you can prime, but you may not be able to detonate quickly enough to do anything with that prime.
Target eliminated. Info on a new target incoming. Stand by.
A lot of tech combos. They eventually go down to the damage over time. Some of them did. Ooh, okay. Game glitched out for a little bit there. Really did not know what direction I was going in as I tried to go through that little gap. You also saw, for a brief moment, if you were paying very close attention, my cooldown went backwards for Fortify for a couple frames. Uncooled down.
All targets down.
Heads up.
What is the 2 out of possible 4 bars it says?
Just 3 hostiles
Connection
remaining.
on this thing?
One left.
Good. Stay sharp.
Good work.
Yeah, because I'm starting to feel it all of a sudden. Seemingly totally fine
Enemies headed your
before.
way.
It's just like
Move
I
out.
flipped a switch. Maybe the game can only handle so many fortify explosions. One moment, please. Fortify got the kill. Nice. That works too. We'll take direct fortify. Oh, I thought that guy was low enough, but that would be enough. I knew I didn't have enough. Knew I wasn't gonna get shockwave back quickly enough. Well, 45 was
3
good.
more to go.
Second time around it did.
One to go.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Good work.
Hostiles en route.
Clear the area.
No? Oh, expecting them to be there. Probably lots of other spots. And no. Nope. Okay. Yes, sir. Please stop running away from me. Stay right there. So, oh. Okay, you know, the timing was off there. This was let's spread out. Well, right next to it.
Got shields.
Kind of trying to see if I can get that guy to get close enough to hit him as well, but it's working out. So.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Last one.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Good work.
Intel says the Cat left genetic surveying devices in your area. Let's find and disable
Destroyer, keep sharp.
Oh dear. Game is once again a little confused about where my character is. It's actually the problem. You have a breacher on top of you as you're trying to do a device. Do not brute force it. You must get rid of the breacher before you do the device. Otherwise, there's a pretty good chance the breacher's going to stagger you enough. You're going to run out of time. That is one of the enemies.
1 device down.
It is perhaps the easiest enemy to underestimate in that situation. Obviously, it's usually quite quick to get rid of it, fortunately, but that's also
Almost done.
maybe a little bit of a trap that makes you think, I don't need to bother for this enemy, right? No, usually you do. Oftentimes, it isn't until
Devices are now offline.
somebody has lost the match, the failed objective in that specific way, until they actually realize, oh, okay, might need to give those creatures a little more respect in that situation. Is probably the, well, single most threatening thing that a breacher can do, in a way, because obviously it's
Shuttle
game
incoming.
over if you
Get
don't
to the
succeed
extraction zone.
at disabling a device. But then there's also the, obviously it doesn't do a lot of damage directly, but if it does grab you or even just stagger you out of cover when there's, say, a big destroyer about to hit you with a cannon, yeah, that could definitely kill you. Right, move it.
Teammate injured.
Watch yourself.
No! They don't respawn on Braun, so opportunity gone. Completely. I wanted to get that guy from area.
All targets down, everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Oh, is it just me, or our shuttle looked invisible for a second there? It was just perfectly matching the shade of the sky, the night sky. Alright. Well, this person is hosting, but we are in a group with Itachi. I don't know if Itachi knows that we're on YouTube today, or he may not even realize that I'm streaming today at all, because this is not usually a day when we would be streaming. Okay. Well, that was bronze apex, right? So now, working our way up. Outlaw, icebreaker, silver. Weekend assault team. What would we like? Or an outlaw. Might be a little. I mean, weekend assault team on kineticist does mean it's more likely you're gonna lose your shield, so it's definitely not a good one from that standpoint. More so just that it's been a little while since I played kineticist, so I was intrigued for that reason. And obviously we did see the other person doing kineticist a little earlier as well. What if we do... Let's do this. Also one that is probably especially not great on weekend assault team, but it's silver. Be okay. Oh, no, not that one. I was gonna say, it may be a silver mission, but if we're going with a melee build, which is how this guy is set up, we don't use those very often, so you might as well throw some of this stuff on, even if it's overkill with a tier. A tier of consumable, but have melee boosters and cyclonics to spare. If we could transfer over those cyclonics into Mass Effect 3, on the other hand, now that would be quite useful. Another fortified character, but
Hostile territory, people. Secure this
fairly
position.
certain I
Stay
either
sharp.
don't have this fortify
We will break you.
maxed out, or if I do, I don't think I have yeah, no detonations this time. That's okay. We got our fair share in the previous match. We got it out of our system. This match is going to be more about... Yeah.
Reading a flat line. I'm with you.
Not so fast, buddy old pal. That was pretty insane. Oh, no, wait, what? What was that we just did? I was pressing the hover button and I did a ground pound. I have no idea why that happened. I'm very confused right now. How did that happen? This was the button I was pressing. How did that translate into a ground pound? Also, does the Krogan have worse of a jetpack slash hover ability relative to other characters because the Krogan is heavier? And if so, that's hilarious. So obviously there are some differences. The Turian Havoc Trooper being the most obvious case, where the jetpack is far, far more effective than it is for any other character. But I think even other Turians just have better hover abilities.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
They drop less when they're hovering. Maybe it's just that it kind of feels like we're both dropping more than usual, and also that the hover duration is shorter. Maybe I was just playing a lot of Turian Agent earlier, and so I was getting used to that, but
All clear for now.
maybe this is normal? I was just spoiled by the Turian jetpack, but I don't know. There's a big enough difference that it feels like this is even worse than the average jetpack, which would be kind of thematically fitting. Maybe I'm just convincing myself for that reason. Oh, so that's it. Or was. I might have completely whiffed. Oh, I did it again! How did I... That time I accidentally pressed A button of some... Okay, no, that one made sense, actually. I think I controlled on the side of the table. Like to the... Might have been what happened on the previous occasion as well. I was trying to do this. Especially when there were a whole bunch of enemies there. That was going to be a...
Squad member down.
Wasn't quite as dramatic that time. Charge. There we go.
Thanks for the help.
Three left. Go get him.
No, come back here, sharpshooter. No. Oh, I want the last enemy? No! That was meant to ground
Enemies
pound.
cleared. Stay
I
alert.
didn't. Wouldn't have mattered. I would have missed regardless.
We've got major enemy targets nearby. Let's take them out.
I wasn't entirely sure which one of those enemies we were going to end up charging.
Info on a new target incoming. Stand by.
I just sidestepped us like a matted. I'm actually very surprised that Audi. Oh, I think only because Itachi shot it. We not get grabbed.
Target down.
That was pretty easy.
Teammate injured.
Because the Audi grab can take priority over Nova. It can grab you mid-Nova. That specific thing has happened to me before. I was very alarmed at the time. Oh, please let me make. Why? What is happening right now? I was pressing the melee button. I don't know if you noticed. My character was wiggling. My character was wiggling,
Teammate injured.
but not really doing anything. And I still don't know why that was. I have never seen that before. What is going on? Please melee. Oh, no, oh, I know what it was. Okay. I understand now, because it just happened for a brief moment there as well. I wanted to melee the enemy once to kill them so I could more safely revive our teammate. So I just kept on mashing the melee button to try to get that melee, and it never happened, which is why I kept on doing it. Except for the game was like, oh no, you're standing on top of an enemy, or you're standing on top of a teammate who you can revive, and that's the same button as the melee button, so instead, I basically just taunted our teammate
Just 3 hostiles
with a
remaining.
partial revive repeatedly. Which is why I did a little dance. I was like starting to bend down to revive them, but didn't hold it long enough to actually look like a revive, which is also why I wasn't sure what was happening. Okay. Now it all starts to make sense. I didn't realize we have basically the same color scheme as the Berserkers. Our lights are not the same color, but our armor is more or less identical. Come on. You're not that obstructive, right? That was a little confusing. This is also a little confusing. Weird things are happening. We have made sense out of some of them, but other things that still quite seem to add up. Oh, so that guy wasn't obstructed? Of all the enemies that we tried to charge, you said that guy wasn't obstructed. I mean, I'll take it, but it's quite a threading the needle type of situation. Oh, never mind, down he goes. I'm not sure if I hit either of those guys on the ground pound, to be honest with you. Cool though the ground pound name, as we've mentioned many times before. Unfortunately, it is very weak. Oh, also we shouldn't react to that. Don't know how long that was reacted before, but probably a little while. Turns off when you go down, and we went down when we had that previous little kerfuffle. Oh well, that's actually the last thing. That's great. And then I also got rid of my shield. Right as I was about to get Hydra Barrage to the face. Speaking of which. Unfortunately, he's not paying attention. That guy definitely was obstructed. Figure out the right way to bring around the Rosie there. Still alive? Not anymore.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Well, he would have fallen through the wall,
Enemies cleared. Stay alert.
seemingly.
We've got major enemy targets nearby. Let's take them out.
First enemy is a Hydra? Wow. Differs from standard way or standard matches and matches that are Apex missions. It's a bit of a surprise, and obviously the strongest and or I guess second strongest enemy in this faction who plays Hydra. So that'd be the first of the targets. Is be Probably would have expected to see. Nope. I may have saved them at the last second, or I may have just not saved them at the last second. I think it was the latter, unfortunately.
Reading a flat line.
Oh, that was the last target? Sure, I was thinking we were waiting for the last one to spawn, and I was thinking, oh, it's taking an awful long time. Also, please go away. Possibly, yeah, that's definitely constructive. That's fair. Come on, come on.
Squad member down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, or do we?
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Oh, not close. Ah, really close enough. That actually might have been. Who's that? Yeah. Oh.
All enemies clear. Keep it up. Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
There. And take one, but hyper bro. Okay. Oh, please don't knock me off the edge of the path. Boom. Got them both with the same headbutt. We'll take it. Oh, that's insane. I'm actually very surprised that he did not pick me up there.
Reading a flat line.
That's what I wanted to do previously, was melee an enemy rather than revive a teammate so I could make it a little bit safer. That didn't happen before. Apparently not.
Squad member down.
Uh-oh. I am too slow. Very lucky charge. Maybe I could make that happen. Oh.
Took a hit, but we hit back harder.
I don't think the big beefy Krogan could have done it in time. So right now the pug has the keys. They're the one. Oh. Ooh. I don't know if they realize this, but you do still get credit for completing an Apex mission, even if you don't extract, as long as it's still a mission success. That might be why they've reset it here. I will admit I'm not especially keen on doing this one again, especially... It'd be one thing if it were certainly Plat Apex, then you're getting really good credits and or experience out of it, but Gold Apex to an extent as well. But once you start dropping down to Silver, it's kind of like, well, that's... I don't know if this is really something worth farming, per se. I might try to branch off here. Let's see if there's anyone else on now who's doing something of either the Plat or Gold variety, and then you can always invite Hitachi in. Now that we've figured out that Hitachi is in fact in-game. Like so. Oh, now it no longer shows him in-game, so he might have just closed out of Mass Effect Andromeda altogether. Outlaw was the enemy? Yeah. Like to get a kineticist match in here somewhere, but Outlaw is probably the worst enemy for her. We'd really like to see Ket to make that work. Yes, we could do this. Off-host frag grenade is a little scary, but if we read anything into the bars there, that would suggest this is a decent quality host for us. Maybe we can still get away with it. Want to go silver, or do we... We have a lot of gold combat amps, so sure. Why not? Okay, they... Oh. I spoke too soon. I appear to have spoken too soon. Okay. Let's see. Seeing if there's anyone else who potentially be interested in going in on Plat with us, but Hachi may have pulled the plug, it would seem, and still too early for that many people to be on here. I have done matches with these guys before, so it's not like this. It's not like they're complete strangers who I have zero experience with doing Gold or even Plat matches with. But at the moment... Okay, we do have one Huntress. We do have an Infiltrator. Would it still be beneficial to at least have a base... Alright, a non-stealth grid Infiltrator on top of that? Maybe. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Played a little bit safe. Now, it does mean that making life a little bit difficult for this guy. So they will have much of the enemy aggro for a decent portion of the game, if we are truly spamming cloak. Maybe we just try to make a point of not quite doing that. Just when strictly necessary. Otherwise, try to remain uncloaked a decent bit of the time. Oh, I like... They randomized the arena, and then we ended up with the same one anyway. I think Outlaw was the enemy. I swear, if we get Outlaw as well... It's Ket. Okay. It's almost exactly what they had set up previously. Although that was on Gold as well, whereas this is on Plat.
Hostile territory,
Right?
people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Oops, that is not what I meant to do. Believe it or not, I did not intend on Just wasting the visor altogether. Right now. That hurts me. Oh, such an amazing flamethrower opportunity. Oh, I knew the Destined was there. I did not know that the Raven was there, though. That was news to me.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Oh, yep. Sneaking up behind him.
All clear for now.
He's right behind me, isn't he? Get a 4th? No. Okay, for a second I thought we did.
Key enemy personnel were tracked at that location. Take them out.
There. That is exactly the opposite of what I just told you to do.
Lost my shield. Target eliminated.
Why hello? Not quite the right timing of flamethrower versus weapon. It was in part because I was expecting our teammate to get rid of the shields for me, and then I thought, I should probably do that myself. Then it kind of turned into the worst of both.
Shields are gone.
Okay. There were a few strange things that happened there.
Target eliminated. Well done.
That was close.
Shields are gone.
That's where'd he go? A not great spot, and now he's keep over. Okay, stop doing that. So actually a very good demonstration of why that's a very bad thing to do. Not only was I trying to aim at him and it meant that I could not hit him, it was a very clear demonstration of how if you knock the Ascendants with biotic effects, they will immediately put their bubble back up. So they did it twice, and it cut the amount of time we had to damage him in probably a quarter of what it would have otherwise been. Similar thing oftentimes if you set off any sort of combo on a vulnerable Ascendant. So Ascendants, they're one of those enemies that you kind of just want to keep it simple. You kind of just want to keep it simple. That was, yeah, probably at least twice as long as what we saw the vulnerability time on the previous Ascendant.
Squad member down.
It's one of those things that it's easy to not notice it, or maybe you do notice it, but it feels like it's just a fluke, or that it doesn't really matter, but at least on flat, in particular, I mean, obviously, still took down the Ascendant, which is really annoying. Actively making things way more difficult / time-consuming than they have to be. Not really something that I'm appreciative of. Kind of similar to, at least the general concept is kind of similar to on Platinum when
Just 3 hostiles
you get
remaining.
the Blaze Hydras the behemoths and or the progenitors, and people just insist on attacking them at the very beginning of the wave when they don't count toward wave budget, and so they're just gonna respawn repeatedly, and you are contributing nothing. And in the case of by taking them down, and in the case of the progenitor, usually the progenitors will start off the wave just hanging out in the corner doing absolutely nothing at all until they get poked. So if you get the progenitor's attention and trigger it, activate it, whatever way you want to describe it, then suddenly you have taken the strongest enemy of the wave that was going to do absolutely nothing, and now it will attack you, and it will also spawn in all those other observers, and it can make the wave legitimately twice as difficult. Which is one of those things that, obviously, even just earlier today, I accidentally did it, or may have nearly done it. It wasn't entirely clear if my action was the thing that made it activate. It does happen, but then there are times where you see teammates who very clearly are focusing exclusively on those big boss enemies, and it's just like, well, you are not making this any easier right now. I know maybe putting in a lot of effort to take down those behemoths because they have so much health, but is a Sisyphean task. Great. Those efforts are largely, if not entirely, for naught.
3 left. Go get them.
At least until the end of the week.
Squad member down.
Oh, there you go. Case in point. He gets sent flying over there, already has his shield back up before he even gets up off the ground. That one wasn't quite as bad, so obviously there is some variance to it, but it's just why would you? Why would you voluntarily do something that makes things more difficult / time consuming? With nothing to be gained in return. So not that it's necessarily something that people are intentionally doing maliciously. I doubt that's the case, but it's frustrating nonetheless. Like, for example, Behemoth, I'm gonna ignore it. Okay, you just heard the behemoth respawning. Clearly, people were focusing on it. Oh, we got another person up. And those are the kinds of things. Those are the kinds of things that we're doing fine here, as I said with the fighting. One of the previous ascendants, obviously decided as well strategically for some reason. Wave budget. We made it work with the previous ascendants, but these are the kinds of things that collectively, either just by doing them repeatedly or doing several similar things that also can potentially make things a little bit harder, they add up. And on Plat in particular, they're the kinds of things that make it so you may not reliably be able to get a platinum mission done, or at least matches that should have been winnable. You are just introducing all of these lose conditions. So, in a way, it's kind of what separates the the good or decent players from the really good players. The ones who can hang out on plat versus the ones who you can rely on to get the job done on plat.
Go get him.
That's kind of the metric in a way.
All clear for now.
When you're hanging out in the lobby, trying to figure out, hey, can this team, what difficulty can we manage
Recovery requested.
on
Locate and
this
recover
team?
objects of interest.
Can we get away with plat, or are we gonna find ourselves getting into trouble? Maybe finding out more than we can chew.
Squad member down.
That's usually how it happens. Those sorts of things adding up, and then obviously on objective waves in particular, when it matters most. Trust them to get.
Hang in there.
Got the drop.
Being a little nitpicky with that sort of stuff, but want to consistently be able to get the job done on plat and be able to withstand things like be able to still get the job done, still win, even when you get difficult objectives.
Last drop.
Enemies spawning directly in the hack, or directly in the uploads, getting difficult locations for the hacks in the uploads, getting enemies that consistently chase after you in the hacks or uploads. You may be noticing a bit of a trend with the main places where things can go wrong.
Lost my shield.
But maybe that's one of the reasons why it happens, is people do it during non-objective waves, and it doesn't seem like a huge deal. There's no obvious, or it's not as obvious, they're sort of getting punished for that behavior. And then it isn't until you fail the hack objective that you get the reality check. No one likes losing the mission because they made avoidable mistakes on the objective waves. I'm trying to help you guys learn from those sorts of mistakes.
Nice job, Apex. Keep
Be
it going.
more consistent. That way, there's less variance in your
Shuttle incoming. Get to
gameplay.
the extraction zone.
You're more able to handle variance in what the game throws at you, because obviously you cannot control where the objectives, what objectives you get, or where those objectives end up being located. Sometimes it can be much harder than other times. The other thing is that people will sometimes, I suspect at least, get all caught up in the much easier way to assess someone's performance and how much they've helped the team succeed, especially on higher difficulties, that being they look at their score at the end of the match and they say, oh, well, this person had the highest score, so surely that means they did the most heavy lifting. Which, there is some truth to that, but there are ways to inflate your score, including, inflate your score in sort of relatively neutral ways. There are also ways to inflate your score in ways that actually make
Squad member down.
the game harder for all of your teammates, like killing behemoths and progenitors only for them, and blaze hydras only for them to respawn repeatedly during objective waves or even on non-objective waves. It's like, well, you're not actually making the wave end any sooner. What's up, Warcrow? How's it going?
Squad member down. Teammate injured.
That's not a great place for
I got you.
to be. That person get our other teammates, possibly?
Squad member down.
Uh-oh. Yes, but then they will go down themselves. And then I got all distracted and practically died as I was just staring at them. And we only have 10 seconds left, so I should get out of here. Ooh, doing well, almost calling out the LZ at the last second, when I probably wouldn't have been able to get back in time. Outside of that, though, doing well. We're doing some, as you could probably tell, doing some Andromeda multiplayer on a day when we usually would not be doing it, and that is in part because today is a US holiday, so we have time, and also in part because there's a Path of Exile 2 expansion coming out on Friday, our usual Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer day, so just shuffling things around a little bit so that we can do the PoE stuff when it comes out. But yeah, so sometimes, just to complete that thought, sometimes you'll get people who may have the highest score on the team or among the highest scores on the team, but if you were to look more closely as to how they were racking up that score, you'd find, well, you know, they weren't really contributing all that much because they were killing enemies that didn't really matter or making things more difficult for everyone else by attracting enemies to other people who were busy doing objectives, things like that. Or, you know, there are some skills that also just kind of either give you points when they don't really directly do much. Like Stealth Grid, obviously, it does give points, and obviously it is helpful to facilitate getting objectives done, but sometimes you get people who, and I may fall under this category to an extent at times, who just spam Stealth Grid, and that can inflate your score, and if you're just spamming Stealth Grid for the sake of spamming Stealth Grid, not really you're just invisible. In more ways than one. Invisible to the enemies, but also invisible to your team. You're not really contributing much. So you can do stuff like that, and then you have stuff like, Invasion, which at times, yes, does debuff enemies, of course, but can also just steal kills from teammates, which can sort of artificially inflate your score at the expense of someone else's. So just all these ways in which it's, although maybe quick, easy, and therefore very tempting to look at the scores at the end of the game and say, this is how much this person helped the team. It's not that simple, oftentimes. Might play this league, need more memory, though. Spare SSD you have. Oh, maybe that sounds like that could be a good solution then. Pull apart a spare laptop to do it. Your sacrifice will be remembered. We're pretty much just pugging for the most part here, Warcrow. You're welcome to hop in if you'd like. I don't know, given how this is not our usual time or day, if that is feasible for you. Although, then again, we just got another random person in, and now they are readying up, so maybe... You've class soon? No worries. No worries. Maybe I'll just throw on a booster or two and stick with these guys then. Got a different map this time, so that's nice. We have seen a lot of Derelict, including going from having it hard set on Derelict to having it be a random arena only for it to still take us to derelict.
We need to secure this position. Enemies on the move. Be ready.
It's my cup of water that I very noisily put back on the table. Another thing that can inflate your score a bit, and again, like maybe in some cases, inflating score may be a somewhat critical way of framing some of these things. Like Stealth Rig does do some things, but any power that gets lots of assist points, and Flamethrower is very high on that list. As you just saw, we got a very quick bronze assist medal, just to show you. And there's the silver one for you, just to show you how quickly assist points add up on Flamethrower. Does assisting teammates help? It can. It means we're priming, but obviously not everyone is detonating every time we're priming, and perhaps points attributed to those assists is not really reflective of how much value or lack thereof that priming is providing, even if they were to be detonated, all those primes. So I'm not meaning to suggest
Upload it before they lock us out.
that I don't do some things that inflate my score as well. That's also why I don't tend to read too much into people's score at the end of the game. I'm more likely to say, hey man, next time can you please not stay in the most difficult hack location when you aren't careful who can cloak? Because now this is significantly more difficult. Probably just have to abandon ship altogether for now.
I'm reading a flat line.
So, like, did that guy get points for attacking some of the enemies that were in the circle? Yeah, possibly. Does that mean that he made things more difficult by attracting those enemies to the circle in the first place? Absolutely. Now it puts me in a tricky situation. Now we have no choice but to brute force or be patient. Wait for those enemies to leave, which they fortunately did do.
Fragment uploaded.
This hack spot, or upload spot, technically,
Hang in there, Apex.
it can be problematic. It's the type of thing that you really don't want to be making things any more difficult than they have to be. For that one. Oh yeah, that's a non-infiltrator guy. Not necessarily a given that he's going to be able to take this one on by himself.
Squad member down. Hold on.
There are some times where, especially, you're on Platinum with a random pug who may not be experienced at all with Plat. This is usually the telltale thing that they do, is
Well done, team.
go as a non-cloaked character into the hacks and uploads. It is the most dangerous thing that you can do. The thing that is most likely to jeopardize the success of the team on Platinum. If it gets to the point where the best thing for the team to do is to have you go down and deliberately not revive you, that's probably a pretty good sign that, hey, maybe it makes sense to adjust the strategy a bit, right? And again, we made it work on that occasion, but for 2 of those 3 spots,
Enemies headed your
we
way.
were cutting it closer than we had to. Any idea on what build I'm doing for PoE 2? That is a great question. The answer is, I have not looked at a single thing yet for what is coming out in the PoE 2 expansion. So, we got an early start today to Andromeda. But one of the reasons why we definitely are not going to go as late as usual is, 1, it is a work night for me, so can't really be streaming at 2 a.m. But also, I would ideally like to have some time to start looking into some of that stuff later tonight. So right now, the answer is I have no clue. My hope would be that I at least have a little bit more of an understanding of what is going to change by the end of the day today. Obviously, there isn't that much time left. Prep stuff. I walked into that. I'm amazed, actually. Likewise with that one. There we go. The 3rd time's the charm. Yeah, so we started up early enough. Well, started up. I'd already finished that day's dailies, today's dailies. But we would have to go for a pretty long time in order to see the next round of dailies show up. Getting somewhat close to that being the case now, but that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of tempted to not get drawn into doing that. Then at that point, and suddenly, talking about probably taking another hour to do likely 2 matches for the Prestige dailies, and then maybe 1 more for the Flat Apex. Now, ideally, of course, I would like to do those at some point today. So, play devil's advocate, could say, well, it might as well just do those on stream in that case. But instead, I might see if I can squeeze them in tomorrow, just before the resets happen. I don't know.
All clear for now.
Looking at new monk. See, this means nothing to me. I did not know there was a new monk. Never tried shapeshifting. Never tried shapeshifting last week. I did do a fair bit of that. It was fun. Okay, now I'm concerned. This is a problem. This is a very avoidable problem, but it is now a potentially very big problem. Am I the only? I thought we had one person who was a stealth grid infiltrator. Did we not? So I'm deliberately not going to revive this person. It's basically the exact situation that I was describing before.
I'm reading a flat line.
Then another thing that can be an issue is when
Teammate injured.
you may have a stealth grid infiltrator or an infiltrator in general, but if they're more concerned about getting kills than contributing toward the objective, when that was kind of what everyone was assuming their responsibility / role was going to be, then you put everyone in a pinch. So, like, am I the only infiltrator right now? I didn't think so. But if we do have a stealth grid character, then they are not making themselves known right now. I don't know what this is that keeps on popping in and out of the circle.
I'm reading a flat line.
That's a juggernaut. I don't want him hanging out here.
I'm reading a flat line.
Possibly. Certainly our teammate.
I'm reading a flat line.
We saw, what, that guy's the Batarian who was messing things up before.
Squad member
remember
down.
what Magic Turtles were. We're also anti-synergistic because guy's trying to do fire and I'm doing fire. He's trying to do ice stuff. So it's just this is basically a case study in how to be a bad teammate. Is sort of what I'm getting at. And it may lead to us losing this match. We may get away with it. It was very avoidable. And I did not appreciate it. What could have been a more pleasant experience.
Data received. Loud and clear.
Making it a lot more stressful, if nothing else. Did get it done. I don't think so. But it was very frustrating. This is why I was saying some of this stuff may just be theoretical, but it does happen. And
Teammate injured.
though we did succeed on that occasion, that is not really something you can take for granted in those situations. That very easily could have led to us losing. Especially if, you know, yeah, I am the only infiltrator. So yeah, especially if, you know, I sort of recognized, okay, it's gonna have to be me who does this, which does make sense in hindsight now, seeing that I am truly the only infiltrator, but if the only infiltrator, if someone else were the only infiltrator, and we were relying on them to go basically carry the objective,
Clear for now. Great.
and they didn't do that, then obviously you're gonna fail.
Enemies headed your way.
The designated objective doer is a random stranger. There's no way of communicating with them. You're not in any sort of voice chat or in-game chat. And they might just be in the corner twiddling their thumbs, picking their nose during the objective, and you're like, hey man, the only way we're gonna win is if you do your job, but apparently that's not on your to-do list. On this occasion, that person was me who needed to do it, but fortunately, recognized the situation. If, for example, I had thought, no, we do have someone else with stealth grid, I'll just let them do it. Then I could have wasted half the objective mission going off doing whatever, not contributing toward the objective. And by the time I realized, oh, hey, wait, actually, I do need to do this right now, it might have been too little too late. Just all those sorts of potential issues.
Uh-oh, shields down.
Usually, collectively, the kinds of things that can make or break
Hydra.
a successful
Squad member down.
mission.
Hang in there.
Yeah, but these guys aren't new. I've seen them all before, and it's not like they have low Apex ratings. It's not like they've never done plat before. At least for
Teammate injured.
this guy right here, the one who's going to revive. The other two I have also seen as well, although they may not be quite as experienced.
Teammate injured.
Oh wait, I totally thought I was extracting. This is only wave 5. I might have been kind of zoning out and just sort of waiting for the timer to run out. Or at least drop load up that it was worth going to LV. But, okay, no, we do still need to get kills. I feel like that may not have been my top priority for the first however many minutes of the game.
Teammate injured.
Okay, we will adjust accordingly. Maybe he does just like explosions.
Squad member down.
Now this is a wave where we may have what, Hydra, okay. Yeah, those guys. Blaze Hydra, Jason. Guy have his targeting system out? He does. That's another thing that what I did is technically a little bit of a no-no, depending on how far along the wave you are. It's really useful disabling the targeting system on the Hydras and then just leaving them there for the rest of the wave.
Just 3 hostiles.
But given how, yeah, I was pretty sure it was near the end of the wave, I figured, hey, he's probably not going to respawn at this point. It was a calculated decision. On other occasions,
Be ready.
for example, the Blaze Hydra, you disable the Blaze Hydra's targeting system, that's great. Other upload. Disable the Blaze Hydra targeting system. This spot as well. This is going to be a real problem.
Big scary Hydra.
Disable the Blaze Hydra's targeting system. Then you leave it there. So it's much weaker, and also it's not going to respawn with a targeting system back intact and start causing trouble again. But this can be hard, this spot, even if everything goes well. Why? You don't need extra variables, potentially making it harder still.
Uh-oh, shields down.
No way, body. Yep. I mean, take a look around. What do you see? Every single enemy is here. With enemies 360 surrounding us. 360 degrees. And I had made decent progress there. Then we had a teammate who was hanging out right there who attracted some of the attention, and I'm not a stealth grid infiltrator. Only a normal infiltrator, so I can't permanently go invisible. Had I realized I was the only infiltrator in the group, I probably would have gone stealth grid. I took this guy in large part because I thought that we did have a stealth grid infiltrator. This is gonna be grueling. Now I'm gonna deliberately step out here. I'm gonna track them away. They're less likely to linger, except they're still gonna try to use their ranged attacks. Okay, good. No, don't do that. Don't do that. And again, I'm gonna have to go over here. Come attack me when I'm over there. You totally have to move. You shouldn't stay in the middle here.
I'm reading a flat line.
That is
Hold on, almost there.
not an easy upload location.
Hold on, almost there.
Guys going down. This is not a winning fight at the moment. Better served kiting away and make them. Please don't go there. Please, no, don't do that. I'm deliberately staying away so that the enemies won't block there because they were already starting to do that. Now you're just re-attracting them.
Squad member down.
Okay, well, giving us no choice but to brute force or just go a little further away. Now we have 1 minute for this. Which is potentially enough time, but it needs to go very smoothly from here on out. Given our previous history, I do not have much confidence. That is just... Do you need a clearer example?
Shields down.
No choice. Let's do this. I mean, to be fair, this person might be looking at the timer and thinking, okay, the only way we can get this done in time is if we have at least 2 people in the hack. The upload. The reason why we find ourselves in that situation. Okay, and then we did it. We did it with 7 seconds left, and then the person who was hosting the lobby thought we ran out of time, so they just reset the match. Oh my god. It's like, okay. That was incredibly difficult. And I did manage to do it. And then they pulled the plug because they... I just barely managed to do it for you guys. But you lost faith right after we succeeded. And then it changed hosts in the process, and apparently the new host is someone who I cannot be in the same lobby as. I get this situation, which is why I lost connection altogether and got kicked from the match. So it's about to happen here. That is the quintessential how to be a bad teammate / ruin the Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer experience for one of your teammates example. Wow. Wow. That is quite the match that we just saw there. Oh my goodness. That is actually like, I actually can't believe the combination of things that just happened. The fact that we got upload, hack, upload every single time. All of our teammates made it way more difficult than it had to be. I kept on saying, hey, if this continues, we're gonna run into problems. We got away with it this time, but we can't guarantee that that's gonna happen. And then, lo and behold, final time it happens, final objective wave, it comes ever so close to us failing the mission. We just barely make it happen, though. We did it, yes, finally. Oh, that was so much work, but it was fine. It was all worth it. And then, oh, never mind. We're gonna reset after we finished it, and only I am going to be the person who gets booted from the lobby afterward. It's just such a slap in the face. Wow. Well, I was the only infiltrator on Platinum, so I was sort of the designated objective doer, which admittedly, I was doing, but I had thought that we had one other infiltrator at the start of the match. So I was under the impression that I had at least one other person who would be splitting that responsibility with me. And then, as I said, we had upload first and then hack second. And so for those, I was like, okay, this is... Apparently there isn't going to be someone else who's helping me out. If we do have another infiltrator, they're just doing something other than the objective right now. But it would have been potentially fine if the non-infiltrator people just were hanging out on the far end of the map and minding their own business, attracting all the enemies away from those circles so that I could do it without having enemies flood in and prevent us from making progress, but every single time we had non-infiltrators go straight into the circle, attract additional enemies, and they made it so much more difficult than it had to be. So it was it was pretty tricky, but we made it happen the first 2 waves, and then in the final wave we had quite literally 7 seconds left when I finally finished the last one, and apparently we had the host was losing faith and thought we were about to fail. So right as we finished the objective with 7 seconds left, they quit the mission, resetting the wave with someone else as the host, because that would normally be the way to avoid failing a mission altogether on Plat. You just reset with hopefully a new objective, and hopefully everyone else rejoins the group afterward. But with the new host, I wasn't able to join the group at all. So after having, I mean, I don't want to, like, not to, you know, build myself up too much, but am I allowed to say I was putting the team on my back? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that in this circumstance? And then to have that be the outcome was just like, come on, man. Really? Oh, boy. And I honestly, I'm not actually that angry about it. In other circumstances, I might have been, but honestly, it was just so comical. The extreme to which that dynamic was playing out, and the extent to which I basically called it. And I was like, hey man, I'm just telling you. Sometimes when you mess around like this, bad stuff happens. When you make your infiltrator / designated objective doer's life difficult, sometimes it isn't gonna go all smoothly, and well, lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. So it was kind of like a, well, what did I tell you? Oh. So no, I'm actually not that not that mad. Frustrated, maybe, yes, but it is pretty hilarious. Basically, all the bad things that I was saying could happen did happen, one right after the other, repeatedly. And mess around, find out what happens. Alright, well, we can, I don't think we're going to be able to rejoin that group based on what we were seeing before. They may or may not still be in the match. No. Don't know if anyone else is going, you know? As I was saying, it's getting, we're 45 minutes away from the dailies resetting, which means if we do wait around for that, then we'll have several additional things that we will be looking to do. So we'd probably be going for an hour longer post daily reset. But if we were to deliberately cut ourselves off before then, so that we don't end up having this stream go fairly late into the night, then one could say we could wrap things up here. But on the other hand, I'd kind of rather not end on that note. Had to leave early yesterday and didn't do dailies. I mean, I know you said you have to go to class soon, Warcrow. I mean, could get you in here if you'd like, but obviously if you need to head out, then don't want to be a bad influence on you. If you have time, happy to do that, but given how you said that a little while ago and time has passed since then, I imagine it's probably not logistically feasible. Yeah, class starts in 15 minutes? Okay. Go to class then. No worries, no worries. Alright. I mean, I guess, even if that's our last match of the day, we could now open up some packs, maybe get a few more ultra-rare weapons, because we're getting very close to maxing all those out, but we're not quite there yet. Maybe that's it. Here, I'll try searching for one more match, see if we can find one of any variety. If so, we'll do that. Okay. Oh, except we're not going to load into this one either, apparently. Would appear as though we're about to disconnect. I will do so proactively in that case. We did try doing this strategy, loading back into the main menu and then back into multiplayer from there, and that did actually help us connect to a lobby that we otherwise were not able to connect with earlier today. I was saying usually it doesn't work for me, but apparently that technique does have some merit. Maybe it'll work here. I'm thinking we go one more match and then maybe open up packs, and then I will probably end the stream there, quickly eat dinner, only to log back on for the new dailies. I mean, that's what I mean. It's kind of the timing that we started with was a little bit awkward. Right around when we probably would have been thinking about ending the stream, right around now, is when just hang around a little bit longer, then the dailies will reset, right? Today, well, for me it's, and look at that, it worked again. For me it's Monday. For you it's Tuesday morning. These guys I think are all quite new. So we could, and this is the group that we were unsuccessfully trying to still have class, just a different one, and at the same time as well, Warcrow. We could help these guys out. They look like they're pretty new to things. This guy has a couple of ultra rare weapons, though. Identical setups for these two people. Wow. Same weapons in both slots with the same level and the same gear bonus as well. Goes longer, though. Wednesday's a short day. Okay. So yeah, don't let me be a bad influence on you in that case. Let's... Oh, you know what? I was talking about wanting to do some kineticist earlier. We could do that. In part because I see this person switching to kineticist. They seem to... I mean, their rating is a little bit higher, but they do seem to have unlocked a few different things of the ultra-rare variety. Maybe they had some mission funds from doing the campaign and unlocked some guaranteed ultra rares that way. But we'll help them out for a match. Then we'll probably do packs after that, and then probably wrap it up. Well, let's see. If we calculate what time we would expect that to be. If this bronze match, I mean, bronze matches are a little bit faster than the higher difficulty level matches, but let's say it takes roughly 10 minutes. That would take us to 7:30. And then, if we were to open packs for 5 minutes after that, that would take us to 7:35, which means that we would have 25 minutes before the dailies reset. And is that sufficient time for Lids to eat dinner, only to then immediately thereafter log back onto Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer and do the next round of dailies? No worries, Nicholas. Don't know if this is the intent, but that was an absolutely immaculate binge. Oddly enough, I have had several people, a somewhat shocking number of people tell me that I sound like him in just my normal speaking voice. Now, obviously, I did put some additional effects on my voice, or I not like software effects, but I modified my voice to sound differently for that little bit there, which maybe means it sounded a little bit more like that. But okay, now, admittedly, if these guys don't immediately, or don't soon ready up, that'll be a little bit frustrating, and I may abandon ship for that reason. You know, if we were talking about anyone else, I might meme and play along with it. In this case, no. Just no. let's not go into it any further, because I don't want... it's going to get political in that case. He is a political commentator slash comedian, so let's not go there. Okay, and unfortunately, these guys, they don't seem... Yeah, I think that guy just realized these two don't appear to be about to play anytime soon. Maybe we'll just see if we can find a different group. Yeah, at this rate, what I'm getting at is, same loadout, same schedule. What I'm getting at is, if we do one more match and then open up packs, it's only going to be a little bit before the dailies reset, so it kind of feels like, well, you might as well. Maybe we will. But yeah, let's keep it a politics-free stream. But sorry, we got a little bit distracted there. To answer your question, Nicholas, so you're just getting started on Xbox. So, I have so many tips and tricks I could give you. What kinds of tips and tricks are you looking for? This is going to be the same group. Yeah. Actually, let me see. I'm just going to make my own lobby for a second, just see if there's anyone we might be able to invite who might be online. Just take a look at the friends list, because now the plus side is that we're getting close enough to the daily reset that some people may be starting to log on. Well, okay, here's your first tip. Here's your first tip, Nicholas. Dailies reset every day. Oh, there are dailies. Okay, there's the first tip. There are dailies. The way that you see the dailies is you go to Prestige, Challenges, and then the first two options here will say Daily, and then these rotate. There are a few different things that they can be. These give you one of the types of currency. They give you mission funds, which are fairly limited in what you can, in the ways that you can get those. So there's a kind of a premium resource, if you will, whereas the credits, those you can get from any and every match, and so those are much easier to farm just by playing repeatedly. I did get one of those people in. It's a little hard to do plat with just two, but could consider it. I definitely would not play this character, though. Mainly guess which character should start. The mention having an infiltrator. Yes. Okay. So, generally speaking, you may notice that I was previously, what was I? I was the kineticist, who is an adept. This person's a sentinel. I am deliberately changing characters right now for this specific reason. Because especially on the higher difficulties, it is very, very helpful to have at least one infiltrator. On Platinum, it's basically a requirement. Do you have any experience with Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Nicholas? Or is this your first time doing any of the multiplayers at all? Just because I can give you some more context. I can build upon Mass Effect 3 multiplayer context if that's helpful. Or if you're starting from scratch, then. So, yes, I would say base human infiltrate, no experience at all. Okay, so generally speaking, in Andromeda, I would say starting off with an infiltrator of some variety is probably a good idea. Because more often than not, at least once you start getting to the higher difficulty levels, the way that you lose missions is not because everyone goes down. It's not because your whole party wipes, so to speak. It is usually because you fail an objective mission. That is actually the bigger risk, the bigger danger, more often than not. And since we're on Platinum right now, that is something that I very much have in mind right now. I want to make sure that we can still get the objectives done. The reason why infiltrators are such a big deal for that is particularly because of the hack and upload objectives, which are objectives where there's a circle on the ground. You have to have one or more players in that circle in order to progress the objective, and there's a little bar in the top right corner that starts to fill up the longer you stay in there. You stay in there long enough, the bar fills entirely. You complete either the whole objective, if it's a hack, there's just one circle in that case. Or if it's an upload, it's 3 different circles, and it just takes a little bit less time to do each one individually in that case. Let's see, maybe with someone else as the host it might work? Now they're trying to invite me to their lobby. Oh, I did have this person on my friends list. Ooh. I'm sorry if I was bad-mouthing them before. To an extent, at least. I mean, it's just honest feedback. Where's Donovan? Oh, never mind. Oh, never. Okay. Oh, gosh. Getting lobbies going can also be a bit of a logistical hurdle. There we go. Oh, Golf is back. Okay. Well, we have a group now. But what I was starting to say is that the objectives, those circle missions, oh no. Oh no. Man, alright, now I'll go back to doing this approach. The circle objectives, the uploads, and the hacks. You make progress if you have one or more players in those circles. The more players you have, the faster the progress goes, although it actually doesn't make that big of a difference when you have 2 or 3 or 4 people in there. It does help, but it's not a huge difference maker. So the other thing to bear in mind, though, is that you only make that progress if there's no enemies in the circle. So it has to be just players and no enemies in the circle. And so it's one thing on the lower difficulties, like bronze, where enemies are weaker, you can kind of just, as soon as the enemies start getting close, you start shooting them, you start using powers, you can take them out pretty quickly. And so it's not really a big risk that they end up rushing you down, overwhelming you in the circle to the point where you are at risk of your progress stalling so much that you might fail the mission. Like right now, Infiltrator, Infiltrator, Sentinel, Infiltrator. We have 3 Infiltrators, 1 non-Infiltrator on Platinum. So that's just to give you some perspective. If you leave the circle, you will very slowly lose progress if there are no enemies in it. If you leave the circle and there are enemies in it, then you lose progress at a somewhat fast rate. So all this means that when you have one of these circle objectives, especially on the higher difficulties where it takes a long time to get rid of those enemies, because they don't die quickly, and it also means that in the time it takes you to get rid of one enemy, additional enemies might suddenly get interested in attacking you. It can turn into a never-ending loop of enemies never leave the circle, or they only do ever so briefly, and that means you don't have time to actually finish the objective. And so that's what was happening to me repeatedly in the previous match, the one that we were saying had a series of issues arise. Most of those issues came because I was the only infiltrator, so I was the only person who could be invisible in that circle. And you still progress the objective when you're invisible. And because the enemies can't really see you, it means you don't get their attention as much. So that's kind of the key why infiltrators are so important, especially on the higher difficulties for those objectives in particular. And we're about to get one here of some variety. Let's see. It's upload, okay? So here we go. So my goal is going to be to find one of these circles.
We detected mission critical data. Find the location and upload.
And try to be as invisible as possible to avoid enemy attention as much as possible. So when it's orange, it means you're not making any progress, or technically it's going slightly backwards, like right now when an enemy walks in here, it goes orange. Then when there's no enemy in here, it turns green, which means it's progressing. But now we get lots of enemies in here, it starts turning orange again. And you can see in the top right corner, I'm on A, which is the only one that's orange. Our teammates are having more luck at the moment. So I want to be invisible so that enemies don't continuously flood this circle. But as you can see, if I slack off, there are a number of enemies that are about to enter this area. So if I am not an infiltrator, and I am not turning invisible every half second when I do this little side dodge, which is a little bit of an advanced trick, we can talk about that later on. But especially if a big enemy like this shows up in the circle, it takes a long time to get rid of this guy. So that halts my progress, and in that time, other people will start showing up in the circle. Fortunately, the other people who came in here were smaller enemies that I could get rid of quickly, but that could have turned into a big issue. And if you have non-infiltrator people going into that circle, they are not invisible, and therefore they will attract enemy attention immediately. Much more likely to get a bunch of enemies coming into the circle, stalling your progress, or potentially risking that it turns into a never-ending loop and not being able to progress.
Enemies incoming.
What's up, Patachi? I figured that might have been the case. So that is why infiltrators, especially on high difficulties, especially on hack/upload objectives, are the key. The ideal situation is you have infiltrators go into those circles and they just never see an enemy. It's just a simple, straightforward, okay, I'm going to hang out here for a minute or two. Enemies aren't gonna stop my progress at all. And then once we're done with the objective, then we take out the enemies. The enemies also continuously respawn while the objective is still active. So it's not like it's going to get easier. It's not like you can just say, oh, well, I'll just get rid of all of the enemies, and then it'll be a free objective. No one can stop you. They only stop respawning once you finish the objective. That is, in many ways, the biggest thing, at least with the highest difficulties. Now, of course, if you're just starting out, then you're probably not gonna hop straight into platinum, or maybe not even gold.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
But if you're thinking about, okay, if that is ultimately my goal, because it does give more experience, and it does give more credits,
Enemies clear.
so it is the most efficient way to power up over time. If you're thinking that is ultimately the goal, then preparing a character who can do that is not a bad place to start. So that's why going with a base human infiltrator at the beginning, starting by leveling one of them up, could be a good place to start. No worries, no worries.
Effect recovered.
And it's not to say that you can't be a non-infiltrator on the higher difficulties. You certainly can. But it means that your role is quite different. And if people aren't sort of filling what is their logical role, then stuff can become very complicated. So like, this is also an objective wave. I would argue this is the easiest objective by a pretty wide margin, though. This is objects. I always refer to it as for artifact recovery. I always refer to it as pizza. Delivering the pizza. You have 4 of these you need to deliver.
They got a Hydra!
but it's pretty straightforward because you can at least stay mobile. So the other little trick that I was using in the previous objective, I sort of alluded to,
Last drop received. All artifacts
is
secured.
that it's this nifty little thing that the infiltrators can do. It might seem like nothing at first glance, but I would argue it is potentially the single most powerful ability in the game. And that is what I've been doing for the past minute. Dodging. Because you'll notice, when I dodge, any infiltrator can do this. When you dodge, you will turn invisible for half a second, and that is legitimate. That is not just a fluke, that's not just a visual effect. You legitimately do turn invisible for half a second. And that means
Stay sharp.
that the enemies stop paying attention to you for just a split second there. And sometimes that's all you need, especially if you continuously
Enemies headed your way.
dash side to side. That's a more advanced trick. Because there are, although it seems simple, there are a multitude of ways in which you can integrate that into your gameplay as an infiltrator.
I'm reading a flat line.
Otherwise, for most infiltrators, you'd have a cooldown on your ability that turns you invisible, tap and look. Or technically, we are currently playing as a character who, instead of having a cooldown for that ability, has a grenade.
Here I come!
We have a grenade, so we have a limited supply of our invisibility. We use it multiple times in a row if we want to, but when we run out, we lose access to it. Unless and until we go back to pick up ammo from one of these boxes. But I'm being protective of our grenade supply at the moment because we are doing an Apex mission at the moment, which you may or may not be familiar with if you are totally new. Apex missions are basically, they are like standard missions, except they have a random modifier of some variety. It changes the gameplay a bit. So like there are some that are pretty straightforward, that just make your character have less health and less shields. There are some that give you bonus damage for a particular type of weapon, but make other types of weapons do less damage. But the one that we currently have makes it so that the ammo boxes do not refill over time. Once you take ammo from the ammo box, that ammo is permanently gone. And since we get our cloaking ability from a grenade that we would usually restore from those ammo boxes, deliberately not being very aggressive with that limited supply to get. I want to stockpile to the extent possible in case we find ourselves in a tricky situation later on and really need to have a bunch of those on hand. So I'm saving them up.
Teammate injured.
Ooh, well, like this would be a situation where I'd be very tempted to use one. I will. Avoid this big bad enemy and revive our teammate. Depends, like, depends on the character. For this character, it is kind of tough. To the point where I was considering potentially taking someone else entirely. But there are some weapons. Actually, this weapon right here is a heat-based weapon. You'll see when we fire it, there's a percentage that goes down. That's how close the weapon is to overheating. Like right now, we have 100% capacity, but if I start shooting it, it'll go down, and if it hits 0, our weapon overheats. It doesn't require that we go to an ammo box to pick up more ammo, but it means that we're basically, I'll just do it now for a second. Number goes down, it hits 0. Rather than running out of ammo, this happens. Can't shoot for a few seconds. then it slowly builds back up. But it means we don't ever need to get ammo from the ammo box for our weapon. So if you have a weapon like this Apex mission isn't too bad. But our character has a power that is a grenade, as we were just talking about. And so from a character standpoint,
We're tracking reinforcements.
this is not ideal with this mission. But if we had a heat-based weapon and a character that doesn't have any grenades, then wouldn't be too bad.
Enemies triangulating
There's some-
our nearest outpost. Find their sensor
in that
arrays
case,
and
we'd
get
be-
them broken.
Just about unaffected by it.
Enemy tech shut down.
So it's another thing that just potentially might influence
Teammate injured.
what kind of character or weapon you might want to use. And so this is the last objective wave. It would be useful to turn invisible right as we start doing one of those devices. We aren't a complete sitting duck. One of our teammates did it for us on that occasion. This is the wave that I was saving our capability for. Teammate helped us out there. So on that occasion, I pressed the jump button and did not jump. Which is why, by the time I did jump, I was running straight past the exploding melee,
Enemy tech is deactivated.
and I died,
Objective
which is a little bit frustrating. Your lecture is late, you could have played? No. You had no way of knowing that at the time.
Squad member down.
Get back up here. I'm gonna float here. Like you'll notice here, see the symbol that has the lightning bolt next to it? The bars next to the lightning bolt, those are the grenades. I took one there. I think I took one earlier in the mission. Took one here earlier in the mission. Usually they would restock each wave. That has not happened because of that special Apex modifier. So ultimately, it looks like I was being a little safer than I had to be. Stockpiling that stuff. There you go. That's more organic overload.
Who needs shields anyway?
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
If that's the takeaway, then sure.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
So yeah, the Apex missions, the missions that have these modifiers on them, they give you a little bit more experience and a little bit more credits. They are worth, and they give you a little bit of mission funds as well. So they're just a little more rewarding in a few ways. So to the extent, and they reset each day. So
Squad member down.
you can do them. It is generally worth doing them. Which is why we find ourselves taking on a little bit more of a challenge this time.
Squad member down.
They are actually going to... This person? They're going to reset in 14 minutes. So that's the other thing, is generally, at least, you said you were on Xbox, right? Or at least not on PC, obviously, well, I'm on PC, so not cross-platform, so it's not as if we'd be playing together, but I imagine the timing is probably the same between Xbox and PC. I don't know this for sure, but there's a specific time each day when all the various types of missions and dailies reset. So the dailies and the platinum Apex mission reset in 13 minutes. And other stuff resets either later or earlier, depending on your perspective. Now, just a bunch of these. I'll break them all out at the end. Because why not?
Mission complete. All teams secured. Good work.
So, this mission, I will say, I definitely ended up playing that way more than usual. I don't think I scored that many points in this one, but, generally on this character, at least, that is something that I really like about her. Is, especially if I was not holding back on using the invisibility as much. My strategy with her is basically, when I'm not directly engaging with an enemy, I'm cloaking, so I'm invisible. The enemy probably isn't going to hit me in that case. So then I can run around, find the enemy that I do want to engage. Then the specific setup that I have is really good for stunning enemies. So basically I can start doing damage, I can stun them, and by the time they're no longer stunned, they're either dead, or I can disengage, turn invisible, and find a new enemy to go after. So I would say this character in particular is especially good at doing that. That's kind of her specialty. And at least with the way that I play her. So you're never really directly, ideally, you're never in the direct line of fire for long. She actually is, I think, tied as the character with the least amount of health and shields. So she is, in a way, objectively speaking, she is the worst at taking direct damage from enemies, but is probably the best when it comes to being mobile, picking your fights, like you're saying, and when you do engage, the key combo that the whole build is built around is disruptor ammo. That's crucial, because this is what stuns enemies. So you shoot them with disruptor ammo, and after hitting them for a little bit, they get stunned, and then you keep on shooting them, and basically, as soon as they are no longer stunned, you use either throw or lance, both of which are biotic powers that will hit the enemy and set off an explosion, a little technical explosion, like electric burst, and that also has a high chance of stunning them. So between the ammo and the technical electrical explosion, it means you can keep enemies incapacitated for a long enough time that oftentimes you can just take them out before they can actually hit you. Or they'll hit you once, and hopefully that means, that's not enough for them to really take you out. Do ammo powers last the whole match, or does it run out after a couple of mats? Ammo powers, whole time. Yeah, whole match. The stealth grid, this is a fancy cloak, fancy invisibility. This is the one that gives us the invisibility with a grenade, and I think it is the strongest active power here by a pretty huge margin. As I was saying, that in some ways the sort of built-in cloak that comes from an infiltrator dodge might actually be the only thing that I would rate any higher than this. I think they don't run out, and I would argue that Disruptor rounds specifically, probably the best consumable in the game, potentially by a pretty wide margin. Because of the stun ability, because it primes for the combos, those electric bursts that I was talking about, and it does give you a little bit of extra damage as well. But the cryo ammo and the incendiary ammo, both of them can prime as well, which means set up for combos. In this case, it's fire combo. In this case, it's a cryo combo. But for both of these, it takes longer before the enemy is ready to get the combo set off. And also, it can only happen when the enemy doesn't have shields. So for both of these, you have to deplete all the enemy's shields, shoot them for a little bit longer, and then you can set off the combo. Whereas for disruptor ammo, as soon as you start shooting them, it's at least contributing to, like, it doesn't instantly prime, but it is faster and it can work even when the enemy has shields. So disruptor ammo is just incredibly strong. Especially if you have a character like this, who has not one, but actually two powers that can set off those combos, detonators. Which, the way you know what is a detonator is, you look on the top right corner of the circle. So you have the purple circle, and then you have that sort of bluish, light blue icon. It sort of looks like, I think it's supposed to be a TNT fuse or whatever it's called. The thing you push down to set off TNT. That is the icon to suggest that this is a detonator. And most powers will say, it does say here, detonates combo primers. There are a few powers that are not great about saying that they prime or detonate. Oh, sorry, I was about to do that, and then I did exactly the opposite of what you asked. Okay, so the big thing is you have stealth grid. So this is the invisibility stuff. And I go for the extra capacity because on Platinum especially, when you are the designated objective doer, this is just critically important that you can be invisible as long as possible. The radius. So basically, the other thing that makes this unique relative to the standard tactical cloak that you get on the other infiltrators is tactical cloak only applies to you. Stealth grid applies in an area of effect to any teammates nearby. So it's just even more busted for that reason. Yes, it does mean you could potentially make more teammates invisible more easily if you go here, but that's just not the primary reason why you're using stealth grid more often than not. So definitely would say go top for rank 4, the extra power cell. Then similarly, maximizing the duration of invisibility is generally what you're looking to do for plat objectives in particular. So that's why duration, rank 5 makes the most sense. And then rank 6, you could make an argument either way. Obviously, this gives you more damage. This gives you more utility. I went for the utility in large part because, as I was saying, a few things I was saying before, usually the reason why you lose plat missions is because of objectives, not because everyone goes down. So utility for things like delivering pizza is more helpful in some ways than pure damage is, or at least it can be. And then, as I was saying, playstyle wise, this character is very hit and run type of, that's the approach you take. So this makes it easier for you to do that as well. And it actually, with that speed boost, you are either the fastest or tied for the fastest character in the game. Not by a huge margin, but you are fast. Then for throw and for lance, you can do, I think you want to have one of them on 1 point, the other one maxed out at 6 points. It doesn't make a huge difference which one you choose. The big idea is that these are just here to be your way to detonate the combos that you're setting up with your disruptor ammo. As I was saying, it has the little TNT icon there. So for this, I went a little bit of extra damage. I mean, obviously, in this case, that means this is here for the damage / stun. I went recharge speed, because you don't really need... This is theoretically making throw a primer. Technically, it actually is a primer, even without this, but not a reliable one at that. So it's not the use case for this power. So you just want to be able to spam it as quickly as possible to set off combos as quickly as possible, which is why you go rank 5 recharge speed. Then rank 6, I think you go for swift detonation again for the damage and recharge speed, so that at least on plat it's more consistently taking enemies out. Because for the most part, basically, my plan is shoot enemies until their shields are completely down. At that point, they are primed for a tech combo. So that's when I either use throw or lance, whichever one is off cooldown, hit them with that, and usually that's enough to either kill them or leave them with just a tiny sliver of health remaining, in which case you just give them a little boop with another shot from your weapon. So having a little more damage here is nice. Whereas this, technically you may be able to hit 2 enemies at once, but the chances of you having 2 separate enemies primed at exactly the same time is pretty unlikely. For the most part, I'm trying to isolate an enemy, go one at a time, stun that enemy so that it can't really do any meaningful damage to me, and then take it out, and then quickly move to the next enemy before I get 2 or 3 or 4 enemies clustering around me, which is another reason why I don't think that double throw makes a ton of sense on this character, at least not on the higher difficulties with the way that I play her. So that means Lance, it still detonates on level 1, and it still does decent damage with that. In fact, I think it actually is, even on level 1, higher damage than a level 6 throw. So if you wanted to, you could get this up to rank 6 instead of throw, but I think throw... I mean, the biggest difference is throw locks onto enemies and will loop around corners a little bit, whereas Lance just goes in a straight line. So in some cases, that means throw is more useful. In some cases, that actually does mean that Lance is more useful. That's honestly the biggest difference. Then here, for offensive biotics, let's see. I went recharge speed. Again, mostly just have as quick an uptime on throw and lance as possible. Does mean we're leaving a little bit of damage on the table, but we can get that here. Combo damage and radius, since that's a critical component of our setup. So that's going to be most of our not all of our damage, of course, but a large portion of our damage is affected by that. Then final one, we can either go biotic damage and force, which does have its use cases. Let's see. Oh. I think I did this for the 15% weapon damage. Just to give myself some additional weapon damage, because passed on it here. So you definitely... Oh, no, the reason why I didn't take this was because this only gives you the bonus biotic damage for 3 seconds. So it's pretty unlikely that you're gonna be... maybe you can get 1 extra power benefiting from this, but this is probably going to be more consistent, even if the whole melee aspect is kind of not the point. It's mostly just there for the 15% weapon damage. Then, on the defensive side for barrier, we have health and shield regeneration delay reduction. That is almost always going to be your top choice, rather than max shields. Then, let's see. Not going the melee route, instead, weapon weight capacity and movement speed while shields are active. Again, this is potentially one of the fastest characters in the game, and this might be why. This might be unique to the Asari, and especially if you combine it with the stealth grid speed option, then it's not only unique to Asari, it's unique to this specific Asari. And then definitely rank 6, you want saving barrier, because that's exactly what this will do. You take a bunch of damage, and it will get you your shields back at least once every 15 seconds. So this can be a lifesaver, rather than going the shields restored on biotic kill. It's just a little less reliable in that case, or at least the timing of that is probably not as ideal. Alright, well the dailies did just reset. So let's see what they are. It's Remnant, it's Paradox. Let's see, we're like a minute late, but they're theoretically Could be a large group of people who are now suddenly taking interest in this. Did we just miss the wave? Is everyone's lobby full now? Perhaps. Hopefully that means we can fairly easily get more people in. If not, we could just do a, like, bronze solo. So yeah, for characters, of the starting characters, all of them are pretty solid, to be honest, but I'd say base human infiltrator is a good place to start, so that you have one of those infiltrators right off the bat. You sure, Warcrow? I use the base human sentinel quite a bit as well, and I play her on plat as well. I'm not sure, I mean, I can do reasonably well with her on plat. I'm not sure if that's just because I happen to have played her enough that I've gotten used to her. She has some very, very specific little quirks that are very subtle. But when you master those, they can be really helpful even on the higher difficulties, but I'm not sure if she's an obviously overpowered character that is worth prioritizing. Base human adept for damage on, I mean, oh, that's the Vanguard. Singularity is really strong. It has a really long cooldown, but it's really strong. So that's probably among the more straightforward options. And base human soldier is a lot of fun as well. I'm a big fan of this character. Turbocharge is really good if you want to be a weapons-oriented build, but you can also be a dedicated grenade user with both frag grenade, and there's actually an upgrade with concussive shot that turns it into a grenade, which means you don't really have any cooldowns. You have to run from ammo box to ammo box to an extent, but you can just go crazy spamming grenades, which is a lot of fun. So at least of the starting characters, as I said, many of them, you can make a case for using them. Then you start getting to the uncommons. Uncommons kind of a little bit of a strange in between. I'd say Turian Soldier for another option as a weapons-oriented character. He does also have frag grenade, but I tend to go, if I'm trying to prioritize grenades, I go with the base human soldier, because as I said, you can turn concussive shot into a grenade as well. Solarian Infiltrator obviously is also an infiltrator, and in a way, any infiltrator is always going to be good because tactical cloak and the ability to have cloak when you dodge, that alone is always going to make you at least solid. Then once you get into the rares, Asari Huntress is my favorite character. I think she's the best in the game. The human Juggernaut is the best character at everything not infiltrator-y stuff. Almost everything. Definitely the best tank. Arguably the best pure weapons damage character. And can also set off combos and debuff enemies with really strong debuffs to weaken enemies. So decent from a support standpoint as well. He's very clearly not balanced. Turian Agent is also very good. He's another infiltrator. I wouldn't quite put him in the same category as Huntress, quite the same tier as Huntress, but he's also very good. Then you get into some characters that are a little more wonky, some of the ways that they work. But otherwise, I'd say you start getting into the ultra-rare characters. Many of them, I would argue, are not even as good as the rares, but Solarian Operator is probably the best pure support character with both offensive and defensive support. And the Angara Avenger is the second character that has Stealth Grid, that grenade-based cloak ability, invisibility ability. So there's only two characters in the entire game with that. It's the Huntress And it's the Avengers, so you'll see a lot of Angara Avengers on Platinum as well, but I actually prefer the Huntress. Yeah, for the most part, the ultra rare characters are kind of... I am approaching this mostly... I'm characterizing this mostly from the perspective of characters that are good on the highest difficulties. There are other characters that are really strong on lower difficulties that you almost never see on the high difficulties because they have a huge drop-off. Yeah, Batarian Vanguard. Seems like consensus was he wasn't amazing. He's fun. I like playing as him, but he's one of those characters I would say is hard to bring to the higher difficulty matches. Because his playstyle, generally speaking, is going to involve charging right into where all the enemies are and punching enemies, which is hilarious and fun when it works, but it does mean you are diving straight into the hornet's nest, metaphorically speaking, so you can get yourself into trouble a lot. And on higher difficulties in particular, when the enemies can take more damage before they go down and can deal more damage, it means it's more difficult to make that work. So, depending on context. Oh, maybe I'll invite Iceman. Yeah, so I would say he's not the easiest character to play just because he's an inherently very high-risk character. Alright, now, this squad, I would argue, is Platinum capable, if you're up for it, Warcrow. Guessing Iceman was probably looking to do that. Is this even the right... Oh. It was the right setup. He abandoned us! Or maybe disconnected. I don't know. So yeah, at the very early stages... Yeah, it's gonna be hard on any difficulty, of course, because you're new. And it takes a while to just get the hang of how things work. Even for me, after I'd done a lot of Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, so I wasn't new to the Mass Effect multiplayer experience as a whole, and I had done the Andromeda campaign, but then I went straight into a bronze match for multiplayer and died to, like, the second enemy. So, took me a little bit of getting used to. So, at the very beginning, it's just gonna be, you know, getting familiar with how things work and where you can take cover and avoid getting, you know, immediately rushed down by enemies and all that sort of stuff. But you'll pick up those basic things early on. What is the Apex? Should have just reset. Let's see. Hasn't updated for me yet. Yeah, probably, he's not sending that repeatedly for what it's worth. For some reason, this message keeps on popping up. But, this is strange. That should have changed as well. That's the one that we were just doing, but... The heck? Or did we do the new... No, we shouldn't have been able to do the new one yet. But yeah, in the campaign, you probably have more control over... what angle you're approaching enemies from, what angle the enemies approach you from, and there's probably generally fewer of them. Would be not updating for me for some reason. Nope, and then he ran away. Probably for that reason. Yeah, that's... Updating the lobby would probably do it. Let me see. Oh, no. Or he's gonna be the host, and then I'll invite Warcrow in from there, maybe? If Warcrow didn't oh, that's because I started typing something in. So here's the recently updated Platinum Apex mission. So it's a new modifier. This time it is our weapons do less damage and have less magazine size. It's actually on the same map though. So I'm definitely taking disruptor ammo, so I can do all that priming stuff I was talking about. And then usually with my second one, I'll go with something that's more of a pure damage booster. So I'll do either assault rifle lamp, since I'm mostly using assault rifles, or I'll go for the headshot one. I'll do this guy. So like here you'll see, okay, we have this person has or this person has the stealth grid, I have the stealth grid, so we both can go invisible. And then we have two people who are playing as the human juggernaut. So those people are tanks. So let me see if Warcrow is... He's not in Discord. It'll be a little hard to get you in mid-match, Warcrow, but if you want to just hang out in chat, you're welcome to do so. So it's fine to have non-infiltrators in on Platinum, as I was saying. It just probably means that we're going to want our non-infiltrators to stay away from those circles, those hack and upload circles. So they attract the enemies in the opposite direction and make life easier for the infiltrators. That being said, this particular lobby could potentially be an exception to that general rule of thumb, because Iceman is good enough that he can get away with doing it. But don't... Generally speaking, you want to minimize risk, minimize the ways in which you can potentially fail the mission, which, as I said, is typically going to be during the objective waves. But every once in a while, you will have a team that is strong enough that they can get away with it. But the number of teams / people who can do that is probably a lot smaller than people realize. Or at least can get away with it consistently.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Every once in a while, you may demonstrate some bad habits, but get away with them. But as we saw a few matches ago, eventually it does catch up to you, and we do get upload here.
Classified data on the Scourge.
Look
Let's
at the
see.
ascendant.
Lock us
That
out.
one, there's that one. I'm gonna go down here. That's a signal lost, or at least it did, and that meant there were enemies on top of it. Yeah, like this is pretty crowded, which is not great. So if we had a non-infiltrator in this circle right now, that person would be attracting all these guys' attention. They would be attacking me,
Who needs shields
be
anyway?
running into the circle, and we would not have this green anymore. It would be the orange interrupted label, and our progress would stall. But in this match, I can basically just spam
Data transfer.
my invisibility grenade, because grenade capacity will get restored at all the ammo boxes over the course of the match.
Hang in there, Apex.
Look at
I
the
don't
ascendant.
need to be too concerned about that anymore. Get some up right now while I'm at it. Now you see here, okay, we have the infiltrators, we're working on 2 of them. But then this might have been one that the non-infiltrators were trying to do. So it was tough for them. Made decent progress at that, but
Well done. Nearly through.
it is possible with this, but not with the standard tactical build, but with this special grenade version. Careful, Warcrow. A special grenade version called Stealth Grid. You do have an area of effect with it, so it is actually possible to make your teammates invisible. But as soon as your enemies, or as soon as your allies start attacking enemies, they will break their cloak. They will no longer be invisible, and they will once again attract more enemies. So sometimes, if everyone is on the same page, you can have some non-infiltrator people hang out in those circles. You just press the stealth grid button, you turn everyone invisible, and you just stay calm. You don't attack enemies, even if they come close to you. That way, even the non-infiltrators, they remain invisible. And you kind of get... Well, it works. But then... people get a little too trigger-happy. And they keep breaking that invisibility, even if you give it to them repeatedly. And then you are suddenly at risk of running out of grenades and attracting more enemies into the circle, and just goes downhill from there. Now this is probably going to be a little bit more like the standard experience of this character, because I can more or less just turn invisible whenever I'd like. I'm not too concerned about running out of grenades. Obviously it can, theoretically it can still happen.
Let's get out of here.
Less likely. So like there you see, I'm starting to get very low on health, but I can turn invisible. I can flee. And re-engage when we find someone else. That was
Just
a team.
3 hostiles remaining.
Good example of Pro being helpful with the arcing trajectory. Getting so many hacks and uploads today.
Intelligence needs data from your location. Look for an exit.
Here, everyone happened to be hanging out in the area. I can make everyone invisible. If we play it cool, they can remain invisible, and theoretically that is the fastest way to progress the hack. But instead, yeah, we're gonna see the two non-infiltrators are gonna go a little bit away from the circle so that all the enemies follow them instead. In theory, rather not have two ascendants and this fiend
Teammate injured.
make an appearance. I did not see the fiend until it was a little bit too late. Yeah, fiend's in the circle. So fiend is quite tanky. It takes a long time to get rid of him. So even if he's just loitering around here, that's still kind of a problem. I would rather he just meander out of the circle rather than try to brute force take him down. This ascendant, though, is not really cooperating. So this is where, even when you do it quote-unquote the right way, things can still go wrong. Force you to take the brute force approach. Take a look. As we start doing this, you'll see it takes a little while for the Ascendant to go down. In that time, the other Ascendant comes into the circle. And pretty soon, we may find that even more enemies end up here. Yup. So, on Platinum in particular, it can snowball very quickly. Which is why, generally speaking, best approach, and now I've just run out of grenades, because a fair number to get through that part. Stop a bit. Even when you, for the most part, do things the right way, things can still go wrong on flat for these types of objectives. Which is why it's usually are just better off keeping it simple, playing it safe. Okay, now the enemies that were here are gone. Fortunately, these guys are close enough that they could wander in, which would not be ideal.
Well
There
done.
we
Got
go.
the data.
So we got it done. It's not quite as smooth as we might have liked it to have been. It could have been worse still, of course. That was with basically everyone doing things exactly the way that they were supposed to do it. Just got a little unlucky when the enemies choosing to be aggressive, pursue people in the hack circle. So that's the frustrating thing, is that some of those things are just out of your control. You don't know which objectives you're going to get, or where those objectives are going to be, because some of the locations for those circles are much harder to hold than others. As you can imagine, given how the main goal is to not ever see any enemies come anywhere near the circle, that means circles that are right in the middle of everything, places where enemies might just happen to pass through, those are typically the bad spots, whereas the ones in the obscure corners of the map tend to be much better,
Stay alert.
because less likely that you'll just randomly happen to have an enemy wander through there, and maybe they'll spawn in that
Enemies
area,
incoming.
maybe they will gravitate toward there if there are uncloaked people, but theoretically, at least the that's not good. Blaze Hydra? Yes.
Teammate injured.
Hold on.
Did you just wall hack me? Not cool. As I was saying before, it's a good example of those Destins there. I'm generally trying, and Disanointed, generally trying to shoot just enough to get their shields down, maybe a little bit more than that. Then I'm using basically a rotation between throw and lance. Everyone happens to be off cooldown. Usually, the detonations are
Squad member
enough.
down.
They can just about
Shield's gone.
get rid of the enemy. It's party more of a party than I was expecting. Technically, with many characters, there's a type of enemy or type of defensive category that your character is best against. So to the extent that you can, it's kind of nice to try to pick and choose your enemies so that they match what you're best at going up against, which, again, with this character, in particular, I did not know there was a Blaze Hyper behind me. With this character in particular, that is something that
How will I pay
is
you back?
particularly good at doing, when you know which enemies are where, of course. Generally speaking,
Keep your guard.
my goal with this character for enemy selection is I'm looking for the enemies that have either pure health or health and shields. I'm kind of trying to avoid armored enemies. My
Find
damage
artifacts
against
and return to
armored
the top
enemies
point.
is not
Marking
as
first
good.
location on your HUD.
At least when I'm trying to do damage and not just do these deliveries. Oh, it would help if I pressed the button. So like the Anointeds, good enemies
Artifact recovered.
for our character, our build. Because shields, blow them up. Shields are already gone. Okay, no worries. Sharpshooter, shields, detonate, blow them up. Some of those enemies that would then fall under the category of our preferred targets do have a lot of damage, anointeds included. But given how we have between the cloak
Teammate injured.
and the cloak dodge, a lot of mobility. Yes, this is what I got the cloak. I'm not quite sure enough. We have, and the stun ability, we have a lot of,
Almost done.
or our ability to stun by setting off tech combos and using disruptor ammo. We have lots of ways that we can be a little bit more defensive. We can get away with going after enemies that are otherwise more dangerous. Berserker, for example, not a great enemy for us. Very tanky, and lots of armor. They can heal that. So, given the choice, I'd rather see if we can prioritize going after Ascendants. Or rather, well, Ascendants, yes, actually, but Anointed is what I was looking at the time and what I was thinking of when I said that. Ascendants are a little bit interesting. Despite being the strongest or second strongest pet enemy, they only have health, no armor. Actually, decent matchup for this character. All of these guys.
3 more to go.
Obviously, by the time you get to the end of the wave, don't have much choice. This is the other one, who's technically, by some accounts, the strongest pet enemy, and these strong. If these guys come close to your hack, it's a nightmare. It takes an eternity to kill them. And we had everyone attacking simultaneously, so that was a little bit... That was not very representative
Enemies down. Keep your
on
guard
that
up.
occasion. But they usually take an eternity to take down, so if they linger in the hack circle, then it buys lots of time for other enemies
Get
to
yourself
start
some heals.
flooding your area. That is the number one highest priority, is to avoid them. Or number one thing that can go wrong on Plat is one of those guys starts hanging out in one of the circles. Observers, dangerous. Yes, they are strong offensively, but shields and health. Enemy you want to go for. Destin, likewise. And so rather than just always attacking the enemy that is closest to us, I oftentimes, at least on this character, deliberately moving around trying to find a better matchup. That is generally the calculation. Hydra? Not that. Generally the calculation that I'm making in my head. Mid-game.
Careful!
Oh, I 30 seconds. Ooh, that hurts.
Incoming!
It would less if I had Titan on. Also, it's time to go. Any weapons to watch out for besides the paw? Paw is, by most accounts,
Good work.
the strongest weapon, and as soon as, like, even level 1 paw is instantly viable on Plat. But obviously it's an ultra rare, so it is hard to get, or at least it can be time consuming to get. But otherwise, I think the Roserad is probably the second best in the game, I would argue. It's also an ultra rare. It's an SMG/pistol. There's, in Andromeda, there's generally a pretty big difference in how powerful the weapon is based on the rarity. Hurricane, probably in a similar to the Roserad, also an ultra rare. For the characters, higher rarity does not always mean they're stronger. For the weapon, it usually does. So, of the ultra rares, I'd say certainly Paw, Roserad, Hurricane, Shorty for the shotguns, I'd probably say. But then you start dropping down into rare. The Ghost is quite good, and that should be much more easily acquired. Then the Revenant is very similar to the Ghost. Both of those are assault rifles. What's the name of the pistol? There's sort of like the pistol version of the Paw. I'm blanking out on it. Is it Equalizer? Yeah, this. Equalizer for pistols / SMG. For uncommons, obviously, again, as I was saying, lower the rarity tier you go, there's a pretty noticeable difference for weapons. But I think the Cyclone is pretty solid for an uncommon. Also, an assault rifle. I think, for me, my first go-to was Cyclone Assault Rifle on Base Human Infiltrator.
You know the drill. Hold this position and clear on enemy forces. Let's do it.
Obviously, you have Base Human Infiltrator at the very beginning, and that Cyclone being an uncommon is fairly easily acquirable. The thing with the Cyclone that makes it stand out relative to other weapons of its same tier is that it has more damage than most of them, if not all of them. The downside is that when you start pressing the shoot button, at the very beginning, it doesn't shoot. It takes a little bit of time, like a second, to ramp up before it starts doing any damage. But if you're an infiltrator, and you are invisible with tactical cloak, then your cloak doesn't go away until you actually start doing damage. So it's kind of this nice way to balance out what would have otherwise been the weakness of this weapon. And so if you can negate that weakness, then suddenly it's pretty good. Especially for something that is
The enemy's tapping into
just
civilian
uncommon.
comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink devices.
Destroyer!
One device down.
Oh, and I'm sorry,
Enemy
Walker, I
tech
didn't see
shut
that
down.
word. Now joining the room.
Shield gone!
My bad. I'll just get you in while I'm in the middle of doing this objective. Nah. Maybe not.
Done.
Oops.
All enemy devices shut down. Good job.
There you see, sure, if one of those happened to spawn right next to one of our teammates, then maybe anyone could have done it, but for the most part, even when we're not talking about the hack and upload objectives, the general assumption is that it is going to be an infiltrator who's going to go out and do all of them.
Good. Stay sharp. Hostiles en route.
Berserker, two Berserkers, not a huge fan. Nullifier, kind of an easy target despite being all armored, so not quite as opposed to it. It doesn't heal. It's not a great build right now. Not a huge fan of these guys either. Might just be a not great wave force. But I'm gonna try to, yeah, be picky for now. See if we can find some enemies.
Destroyer!
There's a sharpshooter here somewhere. You are not that sharpshooter. You are the sharpshooter.
Teammate injured.
We can get the full armor weapons, obviously. It's just not quite as efficient. Excuse me, sir. I was actually focusing on your friend. You can be next. Don't worry. Please stop running. Now is when I do want you to come closer. But when things are going according to plan, we're pretty rarely getting hit. That is
Destroyer!
by design. Obviously, as soon as we engage a destroyer, that was likely to change. Arc-wide destroyers are not really a great enemy. Well, not really a great enemy for anyone, to be fair. Oh, what? Where's this arc from?
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Intel shows key enemy
I
personnel
feel like
in
this
that
is our
area.
first
Don't let them
boss
lead.
objective we've seen all day today. And we've been playing Andromeda for 5 hours.
They got a Hydra!
Maybe we had one at the very beginning.
Shield's gone!
Target down.
Good enemies. Too many of them. Be a little careful.
Target eliminated.
Destroyer!
That's what I was playing. This is the big one. This is the target's objective. Probably the one that is the least infiltrator specialist type of objective. Obviously, the cloak, it generally does give characters a damage boost, yes, but there are any of a number of other characters probably could have just as much damage. In some cases, that's actually not an accurate statement. Attack of the Cloak is really strong. That's why infiltrators are so good.
Good. Stay sharp.
The traditional, the standard tactical cloak actually is better from a purely offensive standpoint than
Enemies incoming.
this stealth grid one is. Stealth grid one that we have right now. But stealth grid just has the utility is just so off the charts that it is,
Shield's gone!
in my eyes, still far better. choice. I'd like to go after that guy rather than this guy, but eventually, sure, deal with you too. That's not
Look out! Who needs shields anyway?
It's here. It get me. And there's a sneaky wraith as well. Ow.
Let's get out of here!
Uh-oh. This is not a good situation. Multiple saboteurs. Multiple. 1v1 with a saboteur is a good system for them. But anything in addition to that, and the system breaks down on this character. Ooh, don't want to deal with you just yet. Basically, the plan with the saboteur is to get a 1v1. Okay, oh, this is gonna be close. Nope, didn't get the timing right. Also, well, it's not a 1v1 either, but
Squad member down.
one of them. Okay. Basically, 1v1. Us and this saboteur. We start shooting. If we are the one that starts attacking first, we will be able to stun it before it can finish off its attack. Since we are stunning it, it means we have a little more time to then follow up and shoot it to deal more damage. And right as it starts recovering from its stun, that's when I use this, set off the explosion for another burst of damage, and it means, for the most part,
Squad member down.
a saboteur in a 1v1 cannot attack us, cannot deal damage to us. As soon as either the saboteur starts attacking before I do, like that just then, it had a head start relative to me. It will finish its animation before I can stun it. That can be a problem. Or if there are multiple saboteurs or a saboteur plus something else, then of course
Just 3
we're all
hostiles
distracted by the saboteur. Something else. And deal the decisive blow to take us down. But it's dangerous, so you can get lulled into thinking that it's safe to attack a saboteur, but it's probably the enemy that kills me the most on this character. In part for that reason.
The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic.
Hydra!
Act on the assumption that I'm the person going for this one. Now here you can see,
Let's get out of here!
if we didn't have an infiltrator, having someone who is not invisible try to do this with 3 boss enemies right on top of it probably wouldn't end well. That's why being invisible is such a big deal.
One problem gone.
I can do it right next time. And for the most part, generally, they aren't gonna bother me.
Hang in there, Apex.
It's race. No, I didn't press the button.
Shields down.
I could have won the race.
All enemy devices are now offline. Squad member down.
They've got a Hydra!
The other thing that I really like about this character is to be a dedicated objective viewer, which obviously we've been doing for the most part. That's definitely the primary thing we've been doing in this match. Can be a DPS person, which we, to an extent, have been doing as well. Those tend to be the, under ideal circumstances, those tend to be the ways that I play this character as some sort of balance between those two. You can also be a support character, making your teammates invisible with stealth grid. We haven't really been making a point of doing, but could.
All clear for now.
And you can also use that to be the dedicated medic very easily. You go invisible, that makes it easier for you to safely revive someone. You can make your teammates invisible as you're reviving them so that they are not as likely to immediately go back down again. They're in a dangerous area, like, say, right there. So, in that way, this character is very versatile as well. Really, the only thing that you don't want her doing is to be a tank. As I said, in a way, it's almost like we are when you factor in how we debilitate enemies with stuns. Well, this wave, this is typically one where there are oddies, there are weak enemies that you have life, and then you have bosses. This is maybe the best example of a wave where I am just going around and hunting oddies and more or less nothing else, maybe the occasional observer. But because this is the extraction wave, it doesn't matter. We could kill nothing at all. You don't need to take anything down. You just need to wait it out for another minute. If you wanted to, you could just hide in a corner. But it also means you don't necessarily need to take down all the big guys.
Shields down.
This character, to an extent with any character, but especially with this character. Peruse the battlefield. See what kinds of weaker enemies we can pick on. Basically farm them.
Doing it right.
At the end, why not?
Let's get out of here.
Took a hit, but we hit back hard.
Wait, what? Huh? It looked like full extraction to me. Uh-oh. Alright, well, Warcrow may or may not have been waiting in Discord waiting room for a while now. Hey, Warcrow, how's it going? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging there.
And I was muted. I was like, excuse me, I was in that circle, like...
Did you get knocked out? I didn't see it say anyone
No,
went down.
I was in the cover and I didn't die. No, I don't understand. Like, I was behind the big box, so I was in that circle. So I don't know what is going on. You're drunk, game, go home.
Alright, well, let's see. We need one more for Paradox Waves. Guessing we're just looking at doing more of the same here. Oh, I didn't even realize Iceman was going Kineticist. Kineticist is usually the poster child of character that is crazy strong in low difficulties, but is incredibly weak in Platinum. Because she is the glass cannon of all glass cannons. But it's a risk. Iceman is giving it a shot.
I'm wondering if I want to switch off Jug, but I should probably go tank then. So I'll stay Jug.
This is almost certainly going to be my last one of the night because I've already gone quite a bit longer than I expected to go. So I was not really planning on sticking around for the daily reset, but here we are, of course.
Yeah, but I do have other things to do, because even though class has been a complete cluster, you know what, which is pretty stock standard for Tuesday and Wednesdays, I'm getting very annoyed with it. I should still probably do the work from the class that was supposed to happen. Sorry, my Tuesday and Wednesdays have been very well, half the class doesn't turn up anymore. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's just been a mess, and I'm annoyed because one of the modules was a mess last semester to the point where we're meant to redo it this semester, and it's been a mess again this semester. And it's just like, really, guys, really? Like, I've had to retake a class, my entire class had to retake it just for it to still not be functional. So, yeah, a lot of people are getting reimbursed.
Whoa. I was gonna say, I mean, at least US, that's, you have to pay a pretty penny. There's
No, yeah, our education isn't as expensive, but it is still getting money. But it's nowhere near the US. The US is crazy.
And legitimately is one of the most expensive things that someone can do is
Yeah,
college education.
I would just
On the order of
stick to
buying a
trade. Yeah, they're trying to make this a housing. I'm sure they won't change the taxes, the negative gearing, seeing what happens there. But, yeah. Who knew taking
What
some of
the
that
heck?
percentage
What did he
from
come
the fees? I don't know. Also, I've been in Iceman, which I don't feel like I should be doing. Just because he's a better player than me. And so I want to stay close to the better player. Increase my chances of survival. Yeah, but I'm not an infiltrator, so I can't just duck in and duck out.
Feel personally attacked.
Intel says the cat left.
No, we need them.
No,
We need them. Like, I hate how this game really does kind of pushes infiltrators in the higher difficulties.
Enemy tech shut
I mean, infiltrators are strong in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and you could argue that they are generally the strongest in the game. But then Andromeda just went and made the scale very imbalanced.
Enemy tech
Well,
shut
it's
down.
almost like, oh hey, you want to guarantee platinum runs, you need at least one infiltrator, pretty much. And that to me is pretty much where it's at.
Yeah. I mean, and minimum, generally.
Hang in there,
There are
Apex.
absolutely times when you just see platinum is 100% infiltrators.
Yeah. It's like, you know, people want their credits.
All enemy devices are now offline.
Oh. But he's dead.
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
3 more to go.
I hit the wrong button. I knew that button. No, it's good, because at least this way, like, some of my dailies are done, but not all of them will be done, so I can, like, pretend that I wasn't here when I see go later on today to do dailies.
Or we should
Hopefully he
get,
doesn't see this stream. He's at work, so... Because I had a bail on him late last night.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
I forgot I had a date, and I was like, ooh, yeah. I got
Enemies
really
incoming.
glad.
Ooh, okay. I have to say, that is usually my favorite spot.
What is?
Not under that circumstance. Oh, sorry.
No, it happens. Like, I usually hope that the shutdown will override the priming.
Squad member
Sometimes
down.
it does, sometimes it doesn't.
I got bullied.
What are you doing all the way over there? Okay, someone's coming for you. I'm just gonna carpet blanket that. Thank you,
Thank you.
How
sir.
will I pay you back?
Are we getting flanked? I'm worried if I get flanked. I'm pushing back. No, no flanking. Okay. Pushing back forward.
That's a destroyer!
I'm in here.
Shields anyway.
I have to say, though that may not be my preferred type of enemy, it was at least isolated, which made me think, oh, this is a decent time to go after it. Apparently, I was very wrong.
Oh. How are you hitting me with a flat cannon in that situation? Weapon strike.
That was technically a biotic combo, because he just barely got the pull in there.
3 more to go.
That's a destroyer.
Oh, like, I think it's that. Oh, he's shielded still.
Sensors clear
I
for
sometimes feel like shooting the destroyer when it has shields and the mouth closes is a waste of time. I should just wait for him to open the mouth and
Every
shoot the
once in a
shields
while, I see it still give that as a headshot.
now. Sources say keep
Oh yeah, but I don't
scattered
care
around
about
this
penetration.
area.
Oh great,
Recover that
the
base.
hacking's nearby.
Don't like where these guys spawn. What was that?
Yeah, okay, so we should actually, I'm gonna flank right around. Try and
Yeah, that would
so-
be
Oh,
great.
I
don't
I'm
think
getting
you guys
blaze
want
hydro,
to
though.
be in the cave right now, because they're gonna
No,
want to
I'm
come
trying
through
to.
here from that base.
No, I'm trying to push around.
It's like you've done this before.
Fighting me.
He's
Character
lingering.
move.
This is not good. So are you. See, like, if I attack this guy, I break cloak, but he's just hanging out there, so... Darned if you do, and darned if you don't.
Member down.
Okay, I've got him looking at me.
Get that.
Observe
Look out!
me too.
Destroyer's attention. I should tell
Look at
you
me,
that.
please. Oh, now he's turned back around to see you guys. Fantastic.
Well, that's close.
Will you please look at me?
Please go
Just
back.
not looking at me at all. Just not at all interested in anything that I have to say. Now he's looking at me. Thank you.
Can you just move ever so slightly? In the other direction?
Okay, I'm trying to move around. No, now he's going back
I refer to
you.
the destroyer.
Oh my god.
not you.
No, you're right. I had him following me for a second there, then he was turned around and went back to you guys. I'm trying to like get
Should
him.
probably be attacking this guy because he's uncooperative, and we're gonna have to brute force this by the looks of things.
I'm going back to Iceman's flank.
Yeah, this is not going well. You need to go.
He just doesn't.
Not cooperating.
I
tried to go the
trying
peaceful
draw them
route.
all away. Don't get seen. Oh no, I killed the Hydra. The Hydra. Okay, how are you guys doing up there right now?
Much better now.
Hydra just
Blaze
transferred
Hydra
you
is
guys
coming
to
over
the
here,
cloak.
though. That's about to be a problem.
Yeah. He wasn't him, he was. Please look at me, mister. Where is he? Look at me.
Thank you.
Look at me. Thank you.
That was huge.
Well done. You've got the data.
I don't need to do that. What's going on? My screen is black. Not black, but white. I've got so many visual effects in my face that everything is just... my whole screen was
Let me
just
give you a hand here.
bright, shining light.
3 left. Go get them.
And my arm is on the situation.
These count as a headshot. Okay, that was close.
Be ready.
Oh,
Yes, sir, actually.
part of me is curious to try to get even more stuck up here.
Enemies incoming.
What shenanigans are you pulling down these?
Okay, I succeeded. Uh-oh. I should not have.
Succeeded
I
in
should
your
not have tried.
shenanigans and-
I should not have tried to
you
get stuck here. I've
shenanigans.
succeeded.
You shenanigans. You have a bit.
I shenanigans too hard. Wait, I'm gonna let them kill me. Oh, except then once he started attacking me, I was gonna have to die. Okay, well, okay, don't poke that. Leave him there.
Oh, I didn't get my stun all the time. That's...
Shield down.
I'm hearing a big growl. Nope, it's a rave.
Destroyer!
Never mind. I was hoping it was something more exciting. Never mind. When the Wraith stuns you, to have observers shoot you, it is a problem.
What was that? Oh no, it was you.
That was a Wraith, then followed by
Oh!
observer. It's behind us now. Oh, thank you, Cancer. Wait, it's not behind us.
This is a problem. This is a problem. Teleporting is also a problem.
This is all the way back in the LC. What are you doing, mate? Ow!
That's a destroyer!
What is that stunning me from behind? Oh, of course it's a Wraith. Oh dear, hello. I turn around and see what the enemy
Shield
says.
gone!
Something should be
Seeing a
behind.
flat line.
I didn't see one behind me.
Oh no, wait.
I still can't see one behind me. Oh, it's another saboteur.
Don't worry about him. He's not doing anything.
Almost there!
I turned around to see all the observers and that behind me. I just took all the damage.
Just 3
Oh,
hostiles
he's.
remaining.
I just know there's a
Oh.
generator.
Yeah, you have,
generator
you
right
have
behind me.
a rather large friend.
Yes, definitely. Not because he's large. It's just very burny. Burny friends. Oh my god, how many shields do you have, mate?
All of them.
Oh my god,
Yes.
Just give it up. Alright, debuffing armor.
Good. Stay sharp.
My gosh. All the shooting. Oh wow. Okay. Well, I'm guessing Iceman and I are going to try and do
We
one.
detected mission critical data. Find the
Is it
location.
E just because it's over here? It is the
Let's
easiest
get outta
one,
here.
but I'm gonna check it off quickly. Oh, that's what I should have done. A is the hardest by a wide margin. Blaze Hydra is coming your way, but it has a ways to go.
Okay.
2 destroyers are on me. Headed toward
Oh,
the middle
fun.
spot, though.
We just have all the berserkers coming down here.
Data transfer complete.
Oh, Blaze Hydra here, but we got it done. I believe the Blaze Hydra are locked.
Distract these guys.
Upload complete.
Go.
Well done, team.
So
nice,
that's
very
a good example of. We had 2 infiltrators who were invisible, so that helped a lot. And then 2 non-infiltrators who had to hold down the fort in the final place, but you managed to do that pretty well, and it was very straightforward objective.
Shields anyway.
There was some luck in that, yes, but we made that luck in a way by doing what we were supposed to do. Relative to, we've seen many times today what can happen when you don't play those types of objectives in a possible way.
My gun runs out. Oh, this is shooting.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
To the cave.
That's a
Time to go.
destroyer!
Get to the extraction site.
Sorry.
Give it back.
I wish Shockwave was a better detonator. Like, having having that much damage decrease on it, it's just kind of rough. Oh, how dare you?
Oh, he's moonwalking as he does that.
Who's moonwalking?
The progenitor.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, thank you.
But it did mean that he was more able to attack me. So that was not...
What, how many shields do you have? He fucking in front of me, like...
There he is again. Where I left him, I suppose. Oh, scout.
Stop eating these two.
Shield gone.
Teammate injured.
I got Iceman.
Where'd he go?
Oh wow, we've got all the people. All the
Yeah,
people here.
there's a whole lot in the cave area right now.
I didn't mean
On the
to do
plus
that.
side, there's nothing at LZ.
Fantastic. I love that. I actually start meeting with LZ. But since everything's on me, I'm gonna go to LZ.
Teammate injured.
Where's Iceman? Is he okay?
Destroyer.
Looks like he's by
How's the
himself.
kid? Seems okay. It's not like that.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Jinx no returns. Okay, I'm not going to stand on this crate. Oh, there is a little ledge on the edge of this crate. Looking at it, I could have been right on the far end with me now. That's annoying. How long that?
Oh,
Squad member down.
don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Everything's hunky dory.
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Ow. I better run to sit properly in this chair. Oh wow, it's 11 AM. Yeah, I gotta get to work. I gotta do some work before. Look, I made up a goat. I think that puts me above 500k. It does. I can get my 500k box.
Nice.
Remnant Mastery done today. I just
Very
went to
nice.
Goat. Oh, Firebase Paradox done today. I don't tell Goat that I've done them. He won't mind, honestly, but yeah. Oh, I'm host. That would be a nightmare. You've seen what it's like me being host. It's it's an experience. Okay, I'm getting a
Oh.
jumbo premium pack. Let's see how my first jumbo premium pack gives me. If it would stop turning equalizer.
I like how it keeps on showing that it's done this all day. Whenever someone sends me a message, it sends it like 10 times. That
Oh, no.
message in particular. Some of them just hit a little bit different on
Oh,
the
wow.
9th time.
On the ninth time. Okay. I got the Dawn, finally. No Paul.
Dawn's
But a
pretty
lot of
decent.
characters. Yeah. A lot of characters. I got the Equalizer 5, so I'm happy. I like the Equalizer. A lot of character cards, which I needed. Artificer, that's good, because I like the Artificer. Alright, kind sir, I'm gonna go do some work. Wish you the best. I will see
Catch
you
you later,
next time.
Warcrow.
No. Bye.
Adios. Alright, I think that one definitely was my last one of the night as well, because as I said, this is definitely a lot later than I had originally planned to go. But let's open up a few packs of our own here, and we have 7, if I remember correctly. 7 ultra-rare weapon upgrades remaining at this stage. We're very close. I don't think we're going to get it from this set right here, but we got a lot of credits today. In large part because we went longer than expected. So I think next time round, we're going to have to be on watch for potentially finishing everything. All these upgrades. That is a great question. I don't know the answer to that yet, because at least for Andromeda, I have not yet done that. For Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, the process is much quicker. It still takes a long time, don't get me wrong, but, I mean, this is, full disclosure, about 3 years in the making of playing basically every day. And we still are not quite there yet for Andromeda multiplayer. So the commitment required / time or time investment is pretty insane. For Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and to an extent for Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer as well, we actually came up with a spreadsheet, a document of self-imposed challenges to spice things up in the game. Because at least for Mass Effect 3, we've for a long time been in a world where we don't need anything to farm up. So we're just looking for new ways to keep things interesting. So before we reveal what this guy is, let me see if I still have that up. I could get it quickly enough, easily enough. Let's see, Google Sheets. Home. So yeah, we have a document that may or may not have 700 plus challenges in it. Just go to the challenges tab in that. But there's your answer, I suppose. There's Piranha Siphon, now up to rank 9. That means I think we've 6 ultra-rare weapon upgrades remaining. And with Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, we are almost exclusively, more or less exclusively, playing that when we are on stream. Whereas for Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, every day is a grind, even when we're not streaming. So I imagine at least that part will likely change. It may not be as obvious to you guys, but for me, it's legitimately a pretty major life change. Not having to reserve 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock every day, more or less. I would greatly, for 3 years, I would greatly appreciate not having to do that. Black Widow Siphon, maxed out, so now 5 left. Right, so the challenge is, that's kind of the idea, is to find a way to just have some fun with it, not take it too seriously. That being said, in a vacuum, I definitely do like Mass Effect 3 multiplayer more than I like Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. Maybe it's just because of all the extra time and pressure of trying to farm up all that stuff for Andromeda, and that's been a thing of that happened a long time ago for Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. That is pretty far in the rearview mirror at this point. But there's just, overall, I do think the playing experience is better on Mass Effect 3 multiplayer than it is in Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. Okay, that was our last expert pack, I suppose. Last chance to get any ultra rares, but we'll just pick up a little bit of supplies, maybe some ammo packs. So yes, even once we get all the ultra-rare weapon upgrades, sure, we could still get more consumables like these, which would be helpful for when we're trying to finish a bunch of plat missions, but we're also not really gonna need to be farming a whole bunch of plat missions if we don't need the credits or the experience or anything like that, so we just haven't really... That's a world that we are not yet living in, at least for Mass Effect Andromeda, but with now, I think, only 6 ultra-rare weapon varieties remaining, we're not far away. Not sure you have access to the ME3 multiplayer unless buying the 360 version on a Series S would work. I have zero experience with Xbox, so I am not the right person to ask on that front. The only thing I can say is that the Legendary Edition did not have the multiplayer, so you would have to go to the original Mass Effect 3 if you want the Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. But that is the extent to my knowledge of all that stuff. But anyways, as I was saying, we ended up going a lot longer and a lot later than I had planned to go, so we definitely need to wrap things up here. Oh, that's green actually. But thank you all for stopping by. As I was saying, this is not usually our Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer stream day, but we mixed things up a little bit because Friday, this upcoming Friday, we are planning to do the new Path of Exile 2 expansion. Then Saturday, we'll have our usual Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Sunday, Pyre multiplayer. And basically this right here was proactively making up for us missing our usual Andromeda day. So once we are past next weekend, then I'm not entirely sure how we're going to approach squeezing Path of Exile 2 in, so we don't have enough weekdays remaining. But we'll figure it out. We have a week. We have, well, I guess more than a week to figure that out. But if you haven't done so yet already, then of course you can also hit the... Wait, I'm so used to this being Twitch. The subscribe button? Wait. Subscribe the right word? Is that the right word? Yes, subscribe button. You can hit the subscribe button if you'd like to stay tuned on all things lids, and usually I would say you can check out the channel on YouTube to find any streams you might have missed, but what with this being for the second time now, us streaming directly to YouTube, well, that's already the case. So I guess that's not really a factor. However, the best place to stay up to date on all things lids is really my Discord, and you can join that by clicking on, if you just give me a second here, by clicking on this link right here. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you next time. And again, I don't really think there's such a thing as rating on YouTube, or if there is, I'm not sure how to do it, so I think we're just going to wrap up altogether. So thank you guys, have a good night. /day/afternoon/